Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to each and every one. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers. Happy Friday to those in the chat. And happy Friday to all our new subscribers. Welcome on board. And thank you so much for each and everyone's support. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can, and if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. Okay, so let me go ahead, and so the host as usual, Baron and Anne Marie, and we'll be having 3 guests in studio tonight. Tonight's topic is Finsac Revelation, also Nids, and Edward Seaga Saga. Let me go ahead and welcome those in the chat. Sonia Foster, happy Saturday to you over there in the UK. Miss Monica was there earlier on. Dejane, Jenny Gordon Educational Channel, Truck Life, Universal, Heather Dunkley, Andrea Hunt, Emerlyn Clark, Sharon Moulton, Blendon, Don Mel, Vendetta, King Lord, Isaac's Family, Dwight Gray, Muriel King, Cynthia Beebe. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in, and a special welcome to our channel member, Cynthia B. Thank you so much for the extra support. Marva Mills, Marvery Lloyd, Janet Jones, Sonia Ellis, Ransford McLean, Andrew Fisher, Sam Allen, Keith Salmon, Fitzroy Palmer, Ellen Richards, Everfit Hilton, Carla Ebanks. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much, guys, for being alive in the chat. Really appreciate you. And Andrew, I called your name, Andrew Fisher. I called your name. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Gigi Jones, welcome. Happy Friday. Without any further delay, I'm just going to hand over to Baron to start the discussion.
Thank you, Wifey, again for a wonderful precursor there. I want to say big thanks to all of our subscribers, right? Particularly new subscribers, right, who joined the family. I want to say welcome and big thanks, right, to help us grow. Later, we'll be joining in studio as it relates to Major Robert Finzi. He will join us in approximately half an hour time. Also, we'll be joining studio as well Dr. John Lennon, right? He also will be joining in just about the same time, half hour. And we have Aromatic, right, that will be joining us as well. We have Tara J. Blight that will join us in studio. So tonight is going to be extremely packed. And of course, we have some interesting topics to discuss. Now, it's a bit funny that Tuesday when I was here, right, persons in our chat room was saying that we need to investigate Finsac. And I think that persons were saying that we need to investigate Finsac because Finsac is a People's National Party crime. Anyway, I am not going to preempt anyone, but I want to say to all persons who are listening to me locally and in the diaspora that, of course, we have a completion of the Finsac investigation. And even though, let me say this, even though the Jamaica Labour Party had propagandized the People's National Party that their policies caused Finsac, I know tonight it's going to be a shocking revelation right, to many people. Shocking revelation to many people. And I hope for those who ask me to investigate the Finsac report, the result that you are going to get, right? I hope you please anticipate. So then, so we have the Finsac report to reveal, right? And of course, we're gonna have, some critical thinking persons. As I said, we have the major will be coming in later, right? To tune in on that, right? And of course, Dr. John Lennon will also give his input, Tara as well, and Aromatic, right? Now, we'll be discussing Nids, right? And of course, other topics that we will be discussing. Sonia, I investigated that too, and in January 2017, they said they would release the report in 6 months, and now we don't see it. Let me tell you something, Sonia. And this is it in terms of the propaganda that Jamaica Labour Party like to spread. They had paid for the report. The report has been completed, but there is a fundamental reason as to why they are not revealing the report. And I can tell Jamaican people that you are not going to see the Finsac report released by Jamaica Labour Party. And yet, so people know where I'm going, and yet they said that Finsac is a People's National Party crime. Now just imagine if you seek for a report to be done, the report done, the report completed, the report finished, and the result of the report must be shocking to you, and hence you choose not to reveal the Finsac report. Well, tonight, Jamaica is going to see the Finsac report. I have read it, and it is shocking. And so then I understand why Jamaica Labour Party doesn't want to reveal that report. So I want for people to, of course, stick around. Now, my folks, I saw a disturbing clip as it relates to an extrajudicial killing by some policemen. Very, very, very horrible. And I want to just play the clip for persons to just hear what transpired. And I want to have a little discussion about it. It's very, very sickening, to say the least. Without any delay, can you display that clip?
Okay.
Its call for the mandatory use of body-worn cameras by members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, JCF. A recent police killing in St. Catherine has the victim's family demanding answers, and the JFJ noting that the absence of body-worn cameras is fueling the distrust of the police. The renewed call follows the killing of 27-year-old Romario Sterling in Bogwalk, St. Catherine, in an alleged confrontation with the police. Relatives of Mr. Sterling are disputing the police's report on the incident. They have released a video purportedly from a surveillance camera at his home showing what appears to be a man identified as Mr. Sterling with his hands on his head, being instructed to kneel before a single explosion is heard. JFJ says it is deeply concerned by the discrepancies in the account of the police versus that of the family, particularly regarding the timing and circumstances leading to
Don't buy another pair of glasses until you've seen what this new invention can do.
Mr. Sterling's death. Executive Director of JFJ, Michael Jackson, says the use of modern-day body-worn cameras by police officers could easily assist the state, the family, and the public in coming to terms with the true facts of this case.
Mr. Sterling's case highlights the need again for the full use of body-worn cameras by law enforcement officer. It cannot be that you have controversial deaths and you cannot utilize footage based on a regularized device provided by the state. Body-worn cameras protect us as citizens, but it also protects law enforcement. If it is that officers involved in fatal shootings have a different account than what may have been reported, then the footage from body-worn cameras could easily dispel of any allegation. If it is that we come in conflict with law enforcement, then the body-worn cameras and the footage from that would also protect us.
Ms. Jackson wants the political directorate to support with a wide-scale use of the cameras.
Okay.
JFJ is reiterating its call for members across.
All right. Now, friends and families, my Jamaican brothers and sisters, an execution like this, because it is an execution by the state, the police officers, and where you are going to apprehend a person and the person surrender, in regardless of whatever crime the person committed, the person has not committed a crime against you. The person committed a crime against the state. And so then there are legal system in terms of how you process that individual. There is no way, nowhere in our laws that speak about a police officer being a judge, juror, and an executioner. Now, as lawmen, and you are there to enforce the law, but equally here, you are now committing crime. A crime such as, of course, illegal possession of firearm, because you have used your service weapon in an illegal situation. So you have used it illegally, so automatically that weapon becomes illegal. Now, and as Tanya said, very disturbing, 100% agree with you, Sonia. Where you have the gentleman, you order the gentleman to put his hands on his head and kneel, and then you have executed the person. Every single police officer who was present at that scene is both guilty for number 3 and conspiracy to number 3. It is a vicious act. Now, what this is saying to all of us, that there are several other killings that's similar to the one that we are speaking about. And so then when you see the system sets up an indicum to investigate police alleged illegal activity, then of course indicum has its place. Now, when you look at a primitive behavior like that, a cold-blooded person that has no heart. It's like a reptile committing such atrocity. It is just heart-rendering. It tears us apart to know that we have a society where we have our law members of our law enforcement is portraying behavior like this. It is so sad. So sad. And so then, of course, what we are calling for is the justice to be prevailed. We have a surveillance footage that go contrary to what the policemen are saying as it relates to them fired in self-defense, which is obviously a lie as it relates to surveillance footage. Horrible harm was done. Such a cruelty was done. And then on top of that, telling lies, right? Now, that is for that. Now, let me say to all of us here that we have interesting times. Now, we have seen a situation as it relates to the parliament, the budget speech, right? And where Mark Golding did not get to finish his speech as a result of him speaking the truth regarding corruption, checks and balance, integrity, and good governance. Now, let me just play a clip, get into the matter, right, as it relates to my journalist view on the situation. Interesting night tonight. Very interesting night tonight. All right. So, yes, let us play that.
With an observation. Given the recent turn of political events in the country, in particular the outcome of the February 26 local government elections.
Wrong clip. Sorry, my bad. Let me say that.
Okay.
Right. My bad, not the producer fault at all. My bad. All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Opposition leader Mark Golding explains the appointment of the House Speaker.
The leader of the opposition by pulling out their members and denying the parliament a quorum so the proceedings couldn't be completed. I'm glad I was able to, on Duke Street, standing on a wall, addressing those who were there, finish my speech right then and then. But it's a shame that I was unable to do so in the parliament of the land.
The opposition seconded Mrs. Wallace's ascension to the Speaker chair.
On September 26th,
why raise an issue now as opposed to when she assumed the chair in September last year?
Two things I would say about that. First of all, when that arose, we were not briefed in advance. We weren't consulted with. I was not in parliament that day. And the clerk to the House presented the leader of opposition business with the script and said this is a tradition that the opposition seconds the motion. And he had no opportunity to consult with any of our members, and he decided to follow the tradition that he was told existed. But furthermore, her conduct subsequent to that appointment has reinforced the issue of principle, which gave rise to my concern. Because as I've said, she has adopted a course of action where reports are not being presented and tabled on a timely basis. And a timely basis in this context means as soon as they arrive, they have to be tabled and made public. And she is not doing that. And she has not released the opinion of the Attorney General, which was given to Parliament for the benefit of Parliament, to advise Parliament. She has not released it. And she says justifies her actions, but we don't know because we haven't had an opportunity to see it. And Integrity Commission reports, some of them, she has said, are to be sent to an oversight committee, which the government dominates in terms of numbers. They have the vast majority on that oversight committee. They chair that oversight committee. So they can decline to have it tabled, they can string that out as long as they wish. That is not consistent with proper governance in the country, and I thought it was an appropriate occasion and necessary for me to say that I have concerns that this does not sit well with the tradition of the Speaker of the Parliament being an independent umpire of the proceedings of Parliament, and the Prime Minister's actions today reinforce those concerns.
Why would the leader of opposition?
Okay. All right. You know, I want to speak on certain issues as it relates to, some persons are saying that, Mark Golding seems to play a political strategy as it relates to why he didn't, go against Juliet Holness, right, being selected as the Speaker of the House. And where Mark Golding is saying that, for one, he wasn't there, right, during that selection process. He wasn't there in terms of being in the capacity to oppose. People need to understand that. And it is the culture as it relates to, normally the opposition would be in agreement. It's a culture that practiced for many years, right? And so then standard operating procedures would have dictated. Some people disagree with it and so forth. But my argument, it is neither here nor there. The fundamental reason is that Mark Golding was not challenging Juliet Holness' capacity to do the job. That wasn't the case. Mark Golding wasn't challenging Juliet Holness' ability to do the job. There's nothing as it relates to Mark Golding speaking out in Parliament, pointing out good governance, has nothing to do in terms of criticizing Juliet Holness' capability of doing the job. What Mark Golding was speaking on, specifically speaking on, was the situation to the fact that the Integrity Commission, right, had finished certain investigation, and as it relates to the process of report, going through the appropriate places, and then get to the Parliament, and for the Parliament to review the report, Juliet Holness is utilizing delayed tactics and all sort of strategy not to reveal the reports. And that is Mark Golding's point of contention, just like what they are doing with the Finsac report that we will be showing to the world tonight. We will be showing to the world tonight. And just imagine, they are the one who propagandize People's National Party about Finsac, that they are the one who caused Finsac, and yet they paid millions of dollars for the investigation to be done in Finsac. The investigation completed, but the findings of the investigation, no, we have to hold this. We have to hold this. We can't allow the public to see this. Nigel Clark, Andrew Holness, tonight, the Finsac report is going to reveal. It's going to reveal. Because guess what? Mystic Sensation have it. All right. Janet Jones.
Oh, sorry.
They gave an opportunity to prove worthy, but she proved to be partisan instead. Exactly, John. So, Mark Golding contention has nothing to do in terms of questioning Juliet Only's ability or proficiency. It has nothing to do with that. Now, I am going to show you the hypocrisy as it relates to, persons associated with the JLP. Try to find ways and means, you understand, to spin the disgrace that took place in Parliament. What had happened is ultimately a disgrace in terms of walking out on Mark Golding's budget speech. Right? This is not what Jamaican people are paying their tax for. We are paying our tax for representation, and thus we need to be represented. It is not Andrew Holness to decide, right, what we need to see and what we need to hear. Where there is corruption, it is the people's business, because I am paying my tax money. And whenever I go to Jamaica, I have to pay a GCT, right? And HCT, special consumption tax. So I am paying my tax. And when you dip into the treasury, you are stealing my money. My money being stolen. The people's money being stolen. And so then you have a responsibility to report to the people. You have a responsibility to be accountable. You have a responsibility for checks and balance. And this is simply what we are asking for. The people are going to know tonight, right, that you're sort of suppressing information, you're sort of hiding and involved in the uttermost corruption. We are going to reveal it in the Finsac report tonight. Now, let us go through this clip and look at this issue in terms of how this person is just clearly being biased, right, and don't want to call a spade a spade. What happened in our parliament, not Andrew Holness parliament, not Warmington parliament. It is our parliament. So let us hear what this gentleman has to say.
Okay.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, whatever most people expected from the budget presentation of the leader of the opposition, Mark Golding, it wasn't that it would end prematurely after a walkout of government members of parliament. That eventually led to Mr. Golding standing on a wall outside Gordon House, delivering the end of his prepared text. The opposition says there are governance issues that have to be raised about Speaker of the House of Representatives, Juliet Holness, who is also the wife of the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. The government says the opposition leader attacked the Speaker, and they call the opposition leader's comments low and desperate. So, which is it? What are the real concerns at play here for members of the public? Thank you so much for being with us on All Angles. I'm Dion Jackson Miller. Now, in this segment of the program, I have with us Dr. Angela Brownberg, who is chairperson of the People's National Party. Later on in the program, we'll hear from Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark. We'll hear from Dr. Paul Ashley, political commentator and Principal Director of National Integrity Action, Daniel Archer. First, though, what started everything? Take a look.
The move in 2020 to take away the chairmanship of most parliamentary committees from the opposition has weakened that mechanism of holding government to account. The maneuvers to delay the tabling of reports from the Auditor General and the Integrity Commission remains a contentious matter, especially since the legal opinion on which this delay is purportedly based has been withheld from parliamentarians and the wider public. when the former speaker was forced to resign as a result of an integrity commission investigation, the move to replace her with the wife of the prime minister, so that the head of parliament is now the spouse of the head of government, really does not sit well with the tradition that the speaker must act independently of the government of the day. The speaker is intended to be independent and must act independently of the government today. That is the tradition. That is the tradition. The failure. Mr. Speaker.
Members.
The failure to identify the so-called illicit 6 MPs.
Your Prime Minister fire your both sides. Your Prime Minister fire your both sides. Your Prime Minister fire your. Your Prime Minister fire your both sides.
This is the quickest way to clear out stuck poop.
Fiber helps you poop, right? Nope. What about drinking?
All right, Dr. Brownberg. So we heard there in Parliament, the Prime Minister and others saying that Mr. Golding's comments were low and desperate. The acting House leader, as well as the Gender Affairs Minister, Olivia Babsy-Grange, put out a statement saying she objected to the statement on the she objected to the statement and saying the leader of the opposition has brought the House into disrepute. She said it is disturbing and hypocritical that after 5 months he...
Just a minute, guys.
All right, just give me the opportunity to welcome Major to the audience. Major, thank you to join us again in studio. All right, so sit tight. Let us just go through our clips. Thank you for coming on board, Major.
Okay.
Should so, quote, spectacularly question the election of this eminently qualified woman, and also went on to say it is wrong and it harkens back to a bygone age before women's empowerment to say she or any woman should be disqualified from any post because of the job of her spouse. Let me start with the gender issue first and ask you to react to that.
I think it is really very disingenuous of the minister to go there in terms of pulling that gender card. And as an individual who also is a gender advocate, certainly for gender equality, I think it is important for us never to just pull it for pulling it and for being spectacular, which is what the minister has done.
Why do you say that?
Because there's absolutely nothing about that is about gender. It isn't. What it is about the relationship of two individuals who happen to head two of the three arms of government. Yeah. And I am certain that it would not have been the first time that anyone had raised the issue around potential conflict of interest and ethical concerns. You know, in HR, this is something that you deal with every day in human resources management in any company, about spouses and where they work and who has is in position of authority over the other. And often they're asked to work in two different departments so that one is not supervising the other, for example. And so This is something that, if I remember correctly, I think the leader of opposition had mentioned it sometime in December. But if we are to be honest, Jamaicans have been speaking about this ever since it happened. And there has been some disquiet in the House ever since it happened.
So you're saying if it were a female prime minister and a male speaker of the House who were married, you would have the same issue?
The very same issue. The very same issue, because what really is the issue? We expect the speaker to act as an umpire, which is what we normally say, on the proceedings of the parliament. Here we have one individual who is the prime minister and the head of the government in that sense. And that person's spouse is also the speaker of the House. Yes, of the three arms of government. The ethical issues there, are things that we can't dismiss. But to make matters worse, let us say that we went down, because that's the issue that people are going to raise, that member Paulwell did second the nomination and that it went through. The truth is that we have certain procedures that are commonplace in the parliament. And one that we acknowledge for sure is that the government of the day does choose who becomes the Speaker of the House.
Yeah, I've been hearing the opposition with this, and I've heard at least 5 of you explain it, and I cannot see, as we would say, sit through the argument. You yourself said a few minutes ago the ethical issues are things we can't dismiss.
Yes, we can.
And yet you dismiss them.
No, the truth is that it is not
supporting her elevation to the post of Speaker.
Persons might well say, well, maybe you should not have supported her then.
I do say that if you're going to raise it as an ethical issue,
but it is
and an issue of principle,
it is.
Then you should not have supported it if that is what the opposition says.
However, it does not mean that having supported it in the first instance, and you would have heard Member Paul speak about the fact that he came to Parliament, we were unaware that this was going to be part of the agenda, that he was asked in Parliament at that time with very little opportunity to really discuss or think about it for 2 months, and that he did go ahead and do it. But let us say that we did that, and at the time we had not thought about those ethical considerations. Since then, there's absolutely nothing wrong either in reflecting and saying, oh, wait a minute now, what we did there was maybe not such a good thing. There's nothing wrong in doing that either.
There is nothing wrong in changing your mind based on new information, based on new thought, but that's not what's happening. What's happening is that you all are arguing on about 3 different fronts that don't work together.
And they do. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. So one would be what I said before about the ethical considerations and the matter of principle, which we had allowed to slide for a bit. And I take anything that someone says, why didn't you do it before? I'll take that. But the other really is that since the Speaker has occupied the chair, we have actually seen her in operation.
Which means you're conflating 2 different things.
No, we're not.
You're conflating the principle of your position with her performance as Speaker. But I have to go to the break, so when I come back, we'll pick up with that. Stay tuned. We're back in a moment.
All right. Let's take this away. All right. Major.
Yes, sir.
You have heard that clip. Let me say something, and then I have your input on it. For me, who listening to that conversation, right? And we're what's her name? Dion, right? Is speaking on the ethical stance that ought to have taken as it relates to the moment of appointment where Juliet Orneth is concerned. I am going to say it's neither here nor there as it relates to, okay, whether or not that they should have said, okay, all right, we are not going to agree with it. The fact of the matter, what happened now as it relates to what ought to be done, where reports, Integrity Commission investigation report that completed, and there's an established process in law that, okay, it goes through a particular channel, it goes to Parliament. The parliamentarians review it, and the Speaker of the House, right, will then table it. The issue that Mark Golding has is a situation where these reports are now utilizing by delayed tactics to be tabled. What is your point on it, Major?
I think what has happened, if you pardon my brutalization of the English language,
yes,
we did not see people making an objection or an endorsement based on gender.
Yes.
An opportunity was given to supersede what seemed to have been an uncomfortable position.
Yes.
But a chance was given for actions to have superseded the anticipated behavior.
Exactly.
So it's not a matter of the gender. I think it's a matter of the agenda.
The agenda. Perfect.
And over a period of time, this was made painfully obvious that there was an agenda. Now, I have looked high and low in the parliamentary procedures, and I can't see anything that says if the opposition did not second the nomination, that she couldn't be appointed. There's nothing that says that.
Exactly.
The quorum and the size of the quorum and the what you call it, the gap between the government members and the opposition members would have made that an exercise in futility.
Exactly.
Trying to do it would have been viewed as being partisan, and to, you're objecting because you want to make political points.
Exactly.
Mr. Paulwell, in what would be called a gentlemanly behavior, seconded it and lived in hope and ended up dying in Constant Spring. Because he hoped that there would have been a case where good sense and decency would have prevailed.
Exactly. Exactly, Major.
But the constant spring of corruption and totalitarianism reared its ugly head. Now, the other point I'm trying to make, and I've been perhaps a little too silent on it, the walkout is not just troublesome to me because of the walkout. The walkout was troublesome to me because it was planned.
Exactly.
In no parliamentary procedure, the presentation of members is circulated prior to.
Here you go.
So, the Prime Minister and all his other accoutrements would have prior knowledge as to the contents of Mr. Golding's speech. And I can see the spin doctors going, you can't sit there and make him say this. Or going, look, you have to find something to answer. And I can see him going, what am I going to say? They have not said anything here that is refutable.
There you go.
Well, you have to do something. And to me, it is the only example I can have. And it's an unfortunate example considering the content of the discussion. Is a man has done something wrong and faces his wife at home after it's been done and has been called on it. You know that thing where 2 o'clock in the morning, woman reaches over and touches her spouse and say, we need to talk. him don't know what to say. So he now best defense is either act like him have fits or get up and kiss him teeth and walk out. Can't stand this nonsense. At least him give himself some distance between the potential accusation and his need for answering it. If I am not incorrect, the Minister of Information and others were probably sitting down drafting the minute they got that. Them start to draft a response. But the response couldn't come on its bare bones. So the response have to have something that trigger it, distract you from the original situation, and then you rally come back. And you go, you know, my baby mother. Which is an unfortunate way to refer to one's wife.
Exactly.
It is a hidden, a Freudian slip.
Yes.
Some people who are unkind might even say he confused at least 2 women in his life. Because if rumors are to be believed, there is a baby mother. As I said, if rumors are to be believed.
We believe, yes.
I don't know if you're aware of it, but at his first swearing in, when he stood up to take the oath, a lady, and I use the term advisedly, at the back of the audience at King's House, who had arrived in an official type car with escort, with a child, jumped up with the child and loudly proclaimed, "See a papa there."
My goodness.
And the security looked people and was like, you know, she's not too right. And again, this is rumors, but
yes,
sufficiently credible to have lasted long.
All right.
So now, my thing is this. You can twist the truth any which way you want to. Problem is, it'll eventually, when you shake it out, still come out as the truth.
Exactly. Exactly.
So here another duck and bob and weave thing. Was the Integrity Commission reports tabled? Apparently, according to the Integrity Commission late in the day, yes, it was. Question is, when was it tabled? And where was it disseminated? What everybody is hoping is that whilst they chase that red herring, the true quarry remains in the dark, which is the Accountant General's report.
Oh, yes.
And it's like, they figure if somebody hasn't seen this yet, then let's not bring it up. Let's go and make them chase that. And we can always say them lie. But the contents of the Accountant General's report, I am told, makes interesting reading.
Wow. Wow.
Which is why it bob and weave in the shadows. So there's just there are too many, how can I put this? There are too many variables.
Yes. Just give me a minute, Major. Let me just say welcome Tara on the live. Tara, yes, once again, thank you for joining us. Right, we appreciate that. Yes, go ahead, Major.
Yeah, so if you have a dark room and a whole heap of things stumbling around in it, it's kind of hard to pick out what is what. But there's one fact that's irretrievable and irrefutable. Something running around in the room. What is running around in the room?
In the room.
Now, my problem is renaming of items and branding them brand new. You're wondering what I'm speaking about. You see, Heart? Heart was there before under a completely different name.
Yes.
And Mr. Seaga transformed it by nomenclature, not anything else. Nomenclature. So we're calling it this. And allowed sufficient time to pass where they could then say, it now named this, and we name it that, so we bill it.
Exactly.
It's a sleight of hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, let's go back to reinvention of the wheel. Here's my problem. 26th of July just gone. I achieved what the Bible promised me. So every day after that is brought up. I became 70 on the 26th of July gone. And I have an unfortunate accurate memory. You see, all of these stipends, they're not new. These stipends have always been there. Ask anybody who has been through Heart, even those who completed the course and can't get them certification and all. That's always been there. It also had a section of it where they would take a portion of the stipend and put it in compulsory savings. So when you complete it, there'd be something there to assist you.
Yes.
So, potato. It was a good idea when it started, and it's a good idea today.
Yes.
But I look at this now and I ask myself, anybody think this through? The quantity that is proffered for tools. Let us say somebody learned landscaping at Heart. And you give, what's the total? 50 grand? You know how much for a weed whacker? The budget boss. But we are a nation where we love freeness.
True.
If you want to give away fecal matter, wrap it in a paper, put pretty paper on it, put a bow on it and say it's free and everybody will run, come grab it. And what disturbs me is people in power are playing this card against our nation because they recognize the proclivity for freeness.
Exactly.
And by the time you realize what you're getting, too late.
Too late.
I tell this unfortunate joke, and some people find it distasteful. I hope I don't trouble some of your viewers.
Go ahead. The viewers,
Jamaican walks into a store in North Carolina, and this fairly rotund, large Caucasian woman who is attending to the store says, "Yes, boy." So he says, "Can get some dog food?" Says, "Did you bring the dog?" "No." Says, "You niggas will eat the dog food. You got to bring the dog." So he goes back for the dog and them give him the dog food. Them turn up another day and say, "Can I have some cat food?" And he said, "Did you bring the cat?" He said, "No." He said, "No, you know the deal, man." "Nah, boy, you got to bring the cat." So you bring the cat and get the cat food. The same thing happened when he went for birdseed. But being a Jamaican, him not gonna take it just so. So he turns up the next day with a brown paper bag, puts it on the counter, and says to the lady, "Put your hand in there." And she sticks her hand in it. She says, "What is it? It's warm, it's soft." And so we can get some toilet paper now. Jamaica, every now and then, has to reach a point where we stick our hand in the bag.
Exactly. All right.
And you have some people who are so ashamed that they were tricked into it. Them shut them out or go to great lengths to justify that it happened.
Yes.
So now, I say one thing all the while. There was a thing where a basket was brought to Parliament. Remember that time?
Yes.
All I have to ask is, does anyone know the price of a loaf of bread today?
Exactly.
And when you say man must not live by bread alone, it never say man mustn't live with bread at all. See, there's certain Jamaica looks for complex solutions to simple problems.
Yes.
You want to fix the problem? Problem is easily fixed. Remove the gas tax.
Simple.
Just remove the gas tax. Everything that it affects should fall. Or you could have a decent reason to say, let it fall and remove the gas tax. Because everything that petrol contributes to will rise.
Exactly.
So what have we been doing with the gas tax? You follow what I'm saying?
Yep, I'm following you.
No, I really don't care whether the Speaker of the House is male or female. I would have some concerns if they were neither, but that's another argument for another time.
Exactly.
My issue is, what is their level of performance? If I'm going to be judged by someone in the judiciary, I wish, for instance, I would never, if someone for me was accused of rape, allow one judge who is female, who has a history of having been raped, preside over the case without a jury.
Exactly.
So I need to know what is your antecedent and what is your agenda.
Exactly.
And I find it fascinating that the Prime Minister started his dissertation with a loving note to his baby mother.
Mm-hmm.
And allow me to be mischievous. It is my belief that based on rumors, if they are to be believed, there was at least one person in the house that must have felt a little uncomfortable at this protestation of love and affection.
There you go. There you go.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now, that love is beautiful.
Yep.
Love can be blind, but love is beautiful. But what does your love have to do with my pocket?
Exactly.
My thing is, man was not born equal. Anybody tell you that? No.
Yes. All right. Hold on a minute, Major. Ara, thank you for passing through. Big up yourself, my boss. We welcome you on the studio. Sorry, Major. Go ahead.
Not a problem. It's good that I'm not the only one who's going to be accused of making trouble.
What?
All
Why
right.
am I? Excuse. Why am I seeing two of me?
Maybe you're having dual personalities. You're certain your last name is hold on. Let me not say.
Yes.
My thing is simply this: speak the truth and speak it ever. Cost it what it will. He who has the wrong he does will do the wrong thing still.
Exactly.
So now all of this circular behavior started when we stopped teaching civics in school.
Yeah, there you go.
Because all these job descriptions that were promised, you don't need those. If you taught civics, every small child would know what ministers and counselors are expected to do.
Exactly.
But they removed civics from schools. If you check the chronological data, around the same time that they stopped free education.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody forget that, Michael Manley started free education in this country.
Yes.
Not free tuition.
Free education.
Education. And the irony of it is, there are people sitting on the other side of his political divide who are doctors and lawyers and engineers because of his free education.
Exactly.
So that now brings to light biting the hand that feeds you.
There you go, Major. Speak it.
And you have a situation where it's like you say, I good, to hell with you. I have made it, to hell with you. Decent people, when they climb to a mountaintop, start to level off the mountaintop to accommodate the others climbing behind them.
Yes.
Not so decent people start building a fort. You stay down there and go and try to climb.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry if I offend Christians, but man was not born equal. If that's so, all of us could run the 100 meters in 9.58.
Perfectly right, Major.
Man, however, must be given equal opportunity.
There you go.
Somebody born above in the Cherry Gardens region will have the same opportunity as someone born in Baktu. But the one in Baktu take it serious and become an engineer or something like that and a multi-millionaire based on their acumen, based on the advantage they've taken. The one in Cherry Gardens finds himself in a situation where people say, look on him now, and him born into such a good family. Because they did not take advantage of the opportunity.
Exactly.
Which is why we keep telling our children, get your education and get a job. Because we want to perpetuate the plantation. We need more people to further the plantation. You never tell your children, go to school, get education, get a qualification, and own something. Do you know how much better we would be if all our children in school wanted to own something?
Would be a vast difference.
Because people do not destroy things they own.
So how long have you lived here?
You follow where I'm coming from?
Yes.
You know why our inner city areas remain destitute, even though you have youngsters coming out of it who have made it, so to speak, whether musically or otherwise? Because they are prompted to leave it behind as far as quickly as they can and join the top of Norris. You follow me?
Yeah, that's so true. Yes.
So they go to the States, England, Canada, Cherry Gardens, Norbrook, and help build that castle and leave down where they were born and brought up destitute. You don't find people trying to make where they came from better than they found it.
Exactly. And that's a very serious problem that we have.
I tell people repeatedly, if anybody stop long enough to listen, I was born not in a little board house somewhere, but I was born at 11B Deanery Avenue, Kingston 3, called Vineyard Town. Backbush and McGregor Gully was my playground.
Was it a 1 room or a 2 room?
3. A garage.
All right, you start the problem already, Arrow.
It changes depending on the platform that is on, Arrow. So this time it can be 1, next time it might just be 2.
Depending on the platform. I had 8 mango trees. I had lots of friends. Now, to this day, 66A Deanery Road still belongs to the family, occupied by the family. 3 of my children attended St. Teresa Prep. At one stage, I was the head of the PTA. I have passed through on a daily basis Vineyard Town. That's where I come from.
Building the foundation.
I see them putting up some apartments and things. Nice. As long as they have properly dealt with the disposal of fecal matter.
Exactly.
But apparently, developers these days only think about the income, and they do so with a lateral mind. You have people who figure that them can tell you something on Monday, change it on Wednesday, and then by Friday say them never say nothing at all.
Here you go.
And I don't mind if you want to play that game. My problem is, why are you insulting me? You are saying I should accept this and pretend I don't know what you just did. English language is a beautiful thing, you know. Do you know what minister means? It's a servant.
Servant, yeah.
So why the servant suddenly going on like it's them own the house?
Well, I mean, obviously we can see that, you know, they are acting contrary to the meaning of servant, right? Because they are acting as kings and we are to serve them. That's
Yes.
how they are acting.
Yes. And take time and step out of the way of the Pradas and the Pahiras, and when it stop long enough, wipe it down.
Exactly. You see, persons sitting in, you know, sort of a position of as a female and have someone wiping her clocks down. It's man, it's sickening. Just to even look at.
I have a statement about that can probably get me a wrong side of a lawsuit. But I'm saying we have grown up in a society where youngsters will carry a toothbrush to clean their clocks and won't brush them teeth. Something wrong.
Exactly.
Something is very wrong.
Definitely.
We are so into the bling that we will accept anything if it look good. Back to my paper bag full of.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
So now, I don't claim to be a genius. I just have a bad habit of looking at things in simple ways. You just raise the minimum wage. Mind you, the leader of the opposition had suggested it some time ago.
Oh, yes.
So this now is for your acceptance of a good idea. Can't fault. My problem is if you claim it as your own, but plagiarism abounds. Now, you know, poverty to prosperity was Dayton Campbell's original statement.
Yes.
Now, my thing now is you have raised minimum wage and run it across the board to security officers. "25% of the output of businesses in Jamaica, their expenditure is geared towards security."
Look at that.
So you have just added 11% more to it. And when you find you can't pay all the men that money and still stay viable, you cut the jobs. And pretty soon people are going, "Thank you for the raise." We'll find that the raise is a puff of smoke, because if you don't have a job, the raise don't matter.
Exactly.
It is far simpler to calculate what a livable wage is. A livable wage allows the average family to eat.
Yes.
Not subsist, eat. So I don't have to raise a whole heap of money, put in your pocket. I'm sorry, to make you eat. I just have to make what you are buying affordable.
Here you go.
Which means you don't remove taxes on certain imported items to put farmers out of business.
And that is very serious, Major. That is extremely serious.
And not only that, we are living in a world where we're in a food shortage.
Yes.
And do we know when somebody bring me scallion, thyme, tomato, pak chow, and don't everybody get hungry, and callaloo coming out of St. Elizabeth, I'm good. I know the quality of what that's coming from. But when those things arrive in a refrigerated container from abroad, I don't know what has been used to grow it. So you could be quietly doing some of these rich people's job by depopulating the earth. You're putting what's supposed to be good food on plates tainted by fertilizer. We don't even think of correlation. What about making certain that dairy farmers, beef farmers, goat farmers, chicken farmers have a cooperative where they carry all of their dung to a central point where it is manufactured into manure. Then you disseminate it to farmers. It's called organic.
Yes.
Exactly.
But somebody making a whole heap of money importing fertilizer.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time, you see, my memory again is unfortunately too long. You remember when fertilizer was coming here that was polluted with human dung? Don't take my word for it. Check back, check this. It was a big thing.
Yes.
Yep.
And we were quite willing, if somebody never make noise about it, to bring that here and say, spread this on your tomato and your lettuce.
True.
We are so unaware of our history that we're willing to listen to his story.
Mm-hmm. Not history.
Yes, it's smelted iron as we know it in the world started here in St. Thomas. They stole the plant and carried it back to England and created their foundries there. I tell you how interesting the British are. British are the only nation I know will steal someone's culture, claim the result of that to be their own and the best in the world, but still name it after where the country then thief it from. You know what I'm talking about? China.
Mm.
Fine British Wexford, China. A porcelain and thief from China. I said the best in the world come from Britain, but they stole it from China. And we sit down and say, wicked. I like that. Nobody has looked beneath the surface what we get paid for bauxite as against what the derivative from the processing of that bauxite is worth. There are chemical extracts when they process bauxite that is worth millions.
Yeah, rare earth material.
And we just say, go on, take it.
Crazy.
Bring it like a $25 per ton, come give it.
Crazy, crazy.
Why you think the maroons are standing in certain people's way? There are rare earth metals that are in the cockpit country that people who make cell phones and all the rest of it think, dying forget them hard spot.
Hold on, Major. John, thank you for passing through.
Reality, man.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone.
Hold it tonight. All right.
Now, my other problem is this. People cuss the United States for saying that we are a risk if you visit us and you have a health problem.
Yes.
But we gleefully ignore the fact that our citizens lie down on cardboard when they can get it, compete with rats for space in supposedly hygienic conditions of hospitals. And you're lucky you get a metal chair for sit down for. And they will only know you're there when you drop off it dead. Lovely, beautiful health system.
Yes.
That is why we have so much attempts to migrate. It's truly act when you say Jamaica moves. We move to anywhere we can make a contribution.
So true, Major.
So I don't know if I've caused enough trouble and can shut up now.
Well, I mean, it's we are learning, right? Let us say that to you. We are learning.
What you lured me here with?
Huh?
What you lured me here with? Can we deal with that so we can go watch Chaps?
All right. Okay.
Because
Ed Byron, can I ask a quick question, please?
Huh?
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question to the Major? I just caught at the end where he talked about rare earth metals in the cockpit country. Where did he get this information from?
You.
From me?
Yes.
Not from me. I don't talk about rare earth metals because I don't think there are any. Well, there aren't any up there. There are not any there.
No, I'm not talking about any. You see when they smelt bauxite in Jamaica?
Yeah.
The derivatives, double check it. Don't take my word for it.
There's no derivative. There's no derivative. A rare earth is a rare earth. It doesn't just you don't produce it. There's no rare earth there. It's rubbish. If there were rare earth there, right, the Americans would be taking them out already.
All right,
every ton of bauxite that they process has a byproduct in it. Check what it is made of.
There's no byproduct like that. There's no byproduct like that.
Hold on, John. Because we know that you are the expert in
No, I'm not an expert. Don't call me an expert.
Hold on. Let us
I'm a chemist, and I'm pretty sure there's no rare earth metals anywhere up in the bauxite, in our bauxite areas anyway. That I'm pretty sure of.
All right.
You have tested it all?
I don't need to test it, Major. We're talking about molybdenum and elements like that. Many of these elements, right, were not actually from the earth. They came from meteorites from millennia ago, and they landed in certain areas of the earth, and that's where they are in certain places. They're just not in bauxite. They're not in bauxite. I don't know where they've got this information from, but they're not there. If they were there, the Americans would be extracting them already, wouldn't they? But they don't. What they do,
in their own way, they have been. Because it's not Americans here anymore when it comes to bauxite, it's Russia.
All right. John.
No. Russia owns Rindalco. Then you have Gisco, which is owned by the Chinese. And then you've got Miranda, which is now the British. And then Jamalco, I think, is the Americans.
All right.
But you see the same way I get peeved when they say I'm a security expert? I understand your peeve. My thing is, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. And I have come across people with qualifications that outstrip mine in that regard, who are adamant that there's something there.
No, we just need to stop bauxite mining, full stop, because we're not making any money from it.
Yes, we are going to discuss that, John, later. So later we get into that. I want to proceed as it relates to, as Major said earlier, right, a reason for him to be called here. And we are going to venture into the Finsac investigation, because I know that we have more than 3,000-4,000 people here viewing us, right? 746 persons in the chat. And so then, of course, I know that many of these people want to have an understanding and an awareness as it relates to the Finsac report, as they were told, right, by the Jamaica Labour Party, one that I define as propaganda, that the Finsac situation, right, the source for that was the People's National Party that's responsible for that. So then what we are going to do, right, is to present documentation, and let me say this, where this information is coming from is more than a reputable source. We call them apex investigators. So then we are going to create a chronological sequence, right, for all persons who are now listening to us, right? Now, the first document that I want to share, right, and I want people to follow, right, the history as to the point where the Finsac report now completed, but yet the Jamaica Labour Party refused from highlighting that report, suppressing the report, if you want to use that word. So let us get in a little history here for us to shape the mind of the people and to have them understand right where we are going. Now we're going to go to the Jamaica Gleaner and, of course, mainstream media, right, where we're going to take the first document from without any delay. Can you find that document? That the title of that document is When Seaga Swung the Axe. Let us get into that document. All right. Are they seeing it? Yeah. Could you see where I see them?
No, not when you're reading.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So here it is. When Seaga Swung the Axe. Published Sunday, January 27, 2013. Want people to follow me? Hard hit politically by the structural adjustment program that the International Monetary Fund foisted on his administration in the 1980s. Former Prime Minister Edward Seaga can now empathize with the Portia Simpson Miller-led government. I want people to hear this. This is like a confession. Let me read back that over. Hard hit politically, but the structural adjustment program that the International Monetary Fund foisted on its administration is speaking about the austeric measures, right, in terms of when you're taking a loan from the IMF, right, certain things that being stipulated when you are taking the IMF loans. So this is what he's saying, right? Foisted on his administration in the 1980s, former Prime Minister Edward Seaga can now empathize with the Portia Simpson Miller-led government out of the mouth of Edward Seaga. Even though this time around, the fund is adamant that it is not imposing conditions on Jamaica, but is instead demanding that the country implement strategies to show a credible plan to move forward. Seaga, who was also the finance minister throughout the decade of the 1980s, last week told the Sunday Gleaner that he understands the predicament of the current administration. Edward Seaga is now explaining that. Asked whether there was any difference between the 1980s and now, Seaga unhesitatingly responded, no difference whatsoever. There was the same 50% loss in backside earnings. Read on. Seaga was also unhesitant when he asked what advice he would give the current administration. As his response, quote, open quote, it's too late for advice. The IMF will insist on an adjustment program, end quote. Added Seaga. There, open quote, there is only one way to deal with these types of problems. You have to adjust your fiscal side, right, so you don't spend more than you earn, and you have to do the same on the foreign exchange side. If not, you will have to borrow to cover the loss. Seaga argued that the hand of the Portia Simpson Miller-led administration is being forced, just as his administration and was forced in the 1980s. Now, I want people to understand particularly that when Andrew Holness going around and talking about Portia Simpson poor governance, here is Edward Seaga. Here is Edward Seaga is saying argued that the hand of the Portia Simpson Miller-led administration is being forced just as his administration hands was forced in the 1980s. Once you sign up and the ball starts to roll, you don't have any choice after that, Seaga said. The former Prime Minister also outlined how, under pressure from the IMF, I want people to look at this paragraph. The former Prime Minister also outlined how, under pressure from the IMF, he was forced to lay off 30,000 public sector workers in the 1980s, a decision that his predecessor had shrunk. Now let me explain this. Michael Manley, right, was asked to lay off persons. How many thousand persons? And Michael Manley stand up against the IMF and decided, no, he's not going to do it. Recovery move. When the recession hit Jamaica, Seaga said he had no choice but to release the acts that Michael Manley refused to drop in the late 1970s. According to Seaga, from October 30, 1980, when his party was voted into office, he spent most of his time getting the economy in recovery mode. But it carried with it very strong adjustment. The retired politician recalled that his remedial action in the 1980s were in two major parts. The first being adjustment to the economy arising out of the problems of the 1970s, characterized by high unemployment, high interest rates, borrowing $2 billion, 20% loss in GDP, and 17.5% fiscal deficit. Then came the global recession in 1983 that sent the local bauxite industry out of kilter. That recession brought a massive fallout in the terms of bauxite production as distinct from alumina, said Seaga. We had lost of 50% of all export earnings and 36% of what was as a result of the fallout in bauxite alumina that cost US 40% of revenues, he recalled. As a result of the devastating effects of the recession, Seaga said his administration had to tiptoe in the 1980s in order to be able to make ends meet. When you don't have foreign exchange to meet your obligations, you have to borrow, Seaga said. We also had to borrow $2 billion. So the country which had no national debt before, listen people, the country which had no national debt before 1970 ended up with $2 billion in the 1970s and another $2 billion in the 1980s. For the former prime minister, the difference is that the $2 billion borrowed in the 1970s produced a loss of 20% of GDP fiscal deficit of 17.6% and wide-scale fallout of the economy. When Michael Manley rejected the IMF proposal in the 1970s, what he rejected most, this is the confession from Seaga, when Manley rejected the IMF proposal in the 1970s, what he rejected most was the 10,000 layoffs that he would have to carry out on the public sector. By 1983, the 10,000 ballooned to 30,000. The IMF refused to include fallouts from the recession in their figures as to what they would be providing in order to restore the economy from the debacle of the 1970s, said the former finance minister. Right? Let us take that document away.
You know what is so disingenuous about that?
Yes.
Are you aware of the fact that somebody named Rockefeller came here?
Yes.
Ostensibly to assist Mr. Seaga putting everything on a good keel after he just got power.
Yes.
And he left after not spending too much time here. But in his departure, he referred to Mr. Seaga as the conman of the Caribbean.
Ah, so true.
Most people don't remember that.
Tell them,
So,
Major.
Here's the other problem. Mr. Seaga assisted in the downward spiral of the economy of the 1970s by encouraging people not to do business with us from the States and England and so forth.
Major.
And that is why a whole heap of things, when they finally were released in 1980 as food stuff, the expiry best by date had gone because they had been stockpiled. I'm not telling you something here about it, I'm just something to see.
We know about that, Major.
We see that.
We know about that.
Now, here is the thing. When Kissinger came here and summoned Michael Manley to come to Ocho Rios to speak to him, Beverly said to Michael, "You are the Prime Minister of this country. Who can come summon you? If you want to see you, tell him to come at Jamaica, come down at Jamaica House." Eventually, Kissinger came to Jamaica House. It's not something somebody tell me. I was on the security detail of Jamaica House.
Okay.
And he tried to get Michael to back away from friendship with Mr. Castro. Out of that came Michael's speech about going forward in the world on your feet, not on your knees.
Exactly, Major.
When Kissinger went back and spoke to Mr. Reagan, Mr. Reagan's comment was, "Let their economy scream."
Okay.
So said, so done. It
IMF
wasn't difficult for them because they already had a blueprint.
Exactly.
Anybody in here remember what happened at Chile? What happened in Chile was fine-tuned in Jamaica. What happened in Jamaica was recently tried in Venezuela. And we followed them down that garden path, stepping in manure every step of the way, till we lost a very beneficial arrangement to do with oil. And we are now in a position where we in Dudu. But we can't go to Venezuela because we followed some people and voted against them.
Exactly.
So now the deal that Portia still and
and
everybody
the people we follow, the people that we follow, you need to tell them, Major, that the people that we follow to vote against them, they now gone back to Venezuela.
Yes.
Let them know that. They
Not
know
only that, they're offering protection for Guyana's newfound oil reserves.
So let them know that, Major. So, Major, let me just speak to our people as it relates to that document before I go further. And let me state categorically clear that Jamaica State today, Edward Philip George Seaga, I want to make myself categorically clear. Working with the CIA, if other people fear to say it, let me say
there is documentation to support that.
Working with the CIA, right, to damage Jamaica economy. As a matter of fact, the CIA, along with Edward Philip George Seaga, right, is as a result of not giving the full IMF loan to Jamaica because they want Jamaica, right, to paralyze to the fact that, remember now, Major, let us back up now for the people, right, to the fact that Michael Manley, to balance out certain things as it relates to, right, the high cost of oil price, that he increased the levy. And as such, it caused a catastrophe catastrophe of failure and where Edward Philip George Seaga, right, and the CIA, right, propagandize Michael Manley that Michael Manley is going communist.
Which he later had to apologize for.
Exactly. So Seaga, but Major, what we want to make the people them know that when he had done that, a lot of Jamaicans had lost their lives, and for Seaga to come later and apologize for that, you understand, that is the viciousness of what Edward Seaga has done to Jamaica. I'm going to move further on tonight because when we release the Finsac report, people's mouth is going to drop on the ground.
Well, let me help you paraphrase it, sir, because Jamaicans have a problem. Them attention span slow.
Exactly.
There was a choice, straightforward. Protect the people who had speculated on foreign exchange, or protect the assets, bank accounts of the normal man in Jamaica. There are those who would have preferred that all the liquor man them lose all them life savings as long as their money was good.
There you go.
And out of that grew Finsac.
Don't touch that yet. Please. Don't touch it yet, Major. That's why I bring you here, Major. Let me take a sip.
Everybody forget certain amounts of money that was forgotten, that was owed. This from a
Major, I said,
from a financial genius.
Major, may I beg you, please.
All right.
They want Tuesday when I came on the program. A lot of them run out, said, it is things that you need to investigate. I hope they are here. I hope that they are here.
You must
now,
be careful what you wish for.
Exactly. Because we are going to give it to them tonight. Now, let me play, right, a clip that show you the struggle as it relates to how Seaga pursued democratic socialism in a way to kill it and to crush it. Because democratic socialism is all about spreading the wealth and the opportunity equally, right? So people, everyone can have an equal opportunity as what Major was speaking about. Democratic socialism.
You do, sorry to interrupt you, but you do realize that geographically, Cuba, Jamaica, and Haiti in the intelligence network is known as the rebellious triangle.
Yes.
No one would ever want Cuba, Jamaica, and Haiti to come together as one.
All right.
Haiti could never be allowed to prosper because it was the symbol of slaves kicking out their masters, and it has had to forever remain as a failed experiment in freedom. See what happens when you give black people a own thing?
Teach them, Major. Let us proceed. Let us proceed, Major. Now, the other document that I'm going to lift up, because I want people to understand that when we touch the Finsac investigation, they will see clearly. Now, display this. Okay. We are going to show, let me explain the document before we show it. We are going to show the world what transpired as it relates to the pursuit of capitalists, pursue democratic socialism, and ensure that democratic socialism die in Manley's hand. That, in terms of what they had done. Listen, there is evidence. Let us bring forward the evidence.
Okay.
There's a video on it.
Article.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a video on it.
You want the video or you want
Yeah,
an article?
yeah, the video. You did.
Oh, okay.
You remember it now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One sec, guys, just because there's so many things here as usual to go through.
John, while we're waiting, are you British? Can't hear you.
Turn on the mic, John.
John,
Yeah, I'm Jamaican.
No, you're not British.
No, not anymore.
Thank
No, I
God.
was born in England, but my parents are Jamaican, and I've got Jamaican citizenship. So no, I'm Jamaican. I don't take foreign citizenship.
When you finish that, I'll tell you something about the British.
Okay, let us go to the
Okay.
We faced in 1973 a situation we had not been used to. Oil prices were quadrupled when OPEC decided to increase the price in the late 1973. And as you know, Jamaica has been a heavy dependent on imported oil for just about everything. And it hit us very hard. So that was one factor that influenced the government of Michael Manley when he came into office in 1972. So he set up a National Bauxite Commission, chaired by Pat Russo, a corporate lawyer, and including people like the late Maya Matulan, businessman, and a couple of public servants. Myself and a few others were drawn in to give technical support to the negotiating team. The pressure was on. Michael Manley had certain ideas anyway. Education, having enough foreign exchange to pay our bill. So from a revenue, foreign exchange, and from a point of view that we didn't feel we were getting a fair share. That was a fundamental basis. So we decided to enter into negotiations with the companies. Now, this was quite an order because you were dealing with four of the world's biggest aluminum companies: Alcoa, Alcan, Kaiser, Reynolds. There were two others, but these were the powerful guys with the resources at their disposal. Our grounds were, one, we didn't think we were getting enough return. And what is important about bauxite is that it is a non-renewable asset. Once it goes, it's gone. And we felt we needed to get a value before it's too late. Two, just the urgent need for budgetary purposes and to enable the government to carry out a number of social and economic programs. Three, to have enough foreign exchange that you could pay for the oil and deal with these important things. So the first year alone, we increased the revenues that we were getting from 25 million US to about 180 million US, sevenfold increase. And it allowed the government to do a number of things, including what Manley announced later as the free education, was really free tuition for all students, tertiary institutions. It goes without saying that if you're going to have a society that achieves social and economic objectives, you have to have an educated society. And a lot of people would stop at the primary stage. Later on, we made some improvements where a lot more got into the secondary stages, but the tertiary stage was still out of their reach. And I think it lifted the number of people who receive tertiary education. And that, to me, was a value to the society.
All right, as we get closer to releasing the Finsac report, we are going to show the Jamaican people as it relates to what the Jamaica Labour Party respond as it relates to the Finsac report. right? They are the one who propagandizing People's National Party, right? That the Finsac mess caused by the People's National Party. Now they paid, right, for investigation to be done. The investigation completed, but yet, as a result of the findings, they're suppressing the information as it relates to how they are suppressing the Integrity Commission reports and suppressing, right, information from SSL. Let me tell people before we get into certain situation that the Finsac situation also have tentacles into SSL. Do you hear that? Have you heard what I'm saying here? That the
Byron,
Somebody
Byron,
else know?
yes.
Can you
Somebody else knows?
can you remind the people how much money they spend to get this information?
All right. I don't know the exact, but I know it's
It's in the millions, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why we research it and tell them how much money they spent to get this report. And now the report completed. They don't want to. They don't want to release the report. Why you think that they don't want to release the report? Well, guess what? Mystic Sensation has the information for you. But to get into JIS, that means while here disseminating this information, $73 million. $73 million to get this report, and they have the completion of the report, but not releasing the report, right? As they always do, the propaganda, the suppressing of information, the corruption, you understand, the digging into our treasury and all of that, right? Let me say something to people. Any government that you see attacked our education system cannot mean good for the nation. Any government, anywhere, in any part of the world that attack an education system cannot mean good for the people. So all what Andrew Wellness now is promising, all what he needs to do is to deliver rural Reed to justice. To deliver all of the corruptors to justice. That's all he needs to focus on, and all we need to have an understanding. And people are going to see a better understanding when this Finsac report comes out. Now let us go into the government response, right? Let us bring up this JIS, so they can't say that we are spreading rumor. It is the Jamaica Information Service. Let us hear their response. Just bear with some patience because so many documents there, and we're okay. All right, we have it. And put it to 200 because I want the people to see.
200, yes.
I want them to see. All right. Let us get it here. Here he is, the man of the moment. The man of the moment. Right? By Chris Patterson, March 16, 2024. That means it's very recent. The full story. The government will publish youth attempts on a specially curated website, the Finsac Commission archives, comprising of all of the evidence provided and the submission made to the Finsac Commission. This was announced by Minister and the Public Service, Dr. Honorable Nigel Clark, who said this will be done as soon as what is practicably possible. Now, let me tell you something, people. You know that the Crawl had finished their investigation, and now Nigel Clark doesn't want to reveal the Crawl investigation into SSL, and now is doing the same thing with this report. All of this archive data will be put out in volumes, in chapters, in folders, and made available to the public in perpetuity. He indicated Dr. Clark made the announcement while opening the 2024 to 2025 budget debate in the House of Representatives on Tuesday, March 12th. The Finsac Commission was established on January 12, 2009, and tasked to, among other things, examine the circumstances leading to the collapse of several financial institutions during the 1990s. Take that away. I just want to show the people as it relates to the response.
Sir, forgive me. I don't want to appear impatient.
Go ahead.
Banks make money from giving loans. Invariably, that's what a banker's thing is. They give loans.
Yes.
What happened, in a nutshell, simple. The banks started to put money, not their money, your money, everybody money.
Everybody money.
Into block and steel.
Crazy.
You would walk into a bank and say, I have a proposal I need financed. How much money are you lending me to do this? They would look at it and say, we need to look at this, but it's not too feasible, but we'll look at it. So the minute before you reach the sidewalk, the part of the phone and say, you need to come to my office. I have something you need to look at. And by the time you blink, their cronies arrive and you see your ideas start to go up in the sky.
Aye.
So now banks began to own buildings, which I'm no financial genius, but I learned like phrases and try to apply them properly. Non-performing assets. Millions to erect them. And them can't do nothing with them.
But Major, what I need to add is that they are getting money without the proper security.
Exactly. No. I can show you edifices that are testimony to it. It's like the pyramids in Egypt. Go to Manor Park and look up Crown Plaza. Crown Plaza built by who? Not Chen Young.
Okay. Paul Chen Young.
And there are certain other buildings that brought Workers' Bank to its knees.
Okay.
So the minute they started building all these edifices, somebody said, I need to withdraw my money. Them can't get the money because they not have it. See there, it's sit down on the hill there. See there? Right. And then you had some people, youngsters, who were so full of themselves, whilst they were seeking the comfort of females' nether regions, used to use their position to do things like, it's like you said to a girl, remember buy you a tennis bracelet? Them say, come and give an apartment. So them give women apartments without any security.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And after a while, certain cracks start to appear, if you pardon the pun, in the foundations of them structure. Because this whole heap of unsecured loans cost something.
There you go.
People, it's not their money they're playing with, it's your money.
Yes.
So people find that what they have in a bank that's supposed to be, let us say, 5 million Jamaican, they are now being offered it at cents on the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
You had some people who didn't want to go into manufacturing or building industry. It was cheaper to buy government paper.
Yes.
They started to have a ball we had an unofficial stock market running before our present situation. So them not putting their money in production. Them putting their money where the money making money. And then when it start to implode, everybody run for their money. The worst thing you can tell a banker is that there's going to be a run on the bank.
Yes.
You had not just rich people who had accounts. You had normal, poor, not so poor, but decent Jamaicans whose life savings now in jeopardy. The ministers in charge of the finance at the time had a choice. Shake the man on Tony Hill, Beverly Hills thing there, foundation. At least they will have some rubble to build from. Or lick down all of the shacks that people have because their money would be gone. And a choice was made to safeguard the ordinary Jamaican depositor, which was regarded by the big people as an act of treachery.
Definitely.
You remember when this thing was run over, the Cash Plus and all them things?
Oh, yes.
You had people who had perfectly good assets who mortgaged them to put money in a Cash Plus and the rest of it. And when that imploded, them asset base gone. We have a habit of blaming everybody else for our own stupidity.
Exactly.
But we need somebody to blame. Politicians have a habit of having friendships behind the politics. Cuss each other upon the political platform, but drink whiskey together and chill out. Some people who cuss each other on the platform, you'd be amazed at the places them sit down and drink.
Yes.
No, I'm not calling any names because I don't want you to face lawsuits. But there are people in this country where politicians had reputable ministries running who got themselves in some deep trouble. Deep. One such was even living in her sister's basement. And a member of the PNP's hierarchy responsible for financial acumen allowed him wriggle room, gave him a room to say, run this. You see, again, history, not his story. There is at least one senior member of the JLP soon to leave politics who started politics as a member of the PNPYO. You never know that. I keep telling people, them complaining about the leaf on the ground. I old enough to watch who plant the tree and watch who has been watering it. You have people who thought that after watching Mr. Seaga, dub, bob, and weave, they could do it too.
Oh, yeah.
But right. hitting the same potholes. Let us be reasonable. Forget the politics. How can you reasonably explain that over 2 years it has been difficult, if not impossible, to ratify what you say your balance statement are? If you're running a company and you couldn't get a set of audited accounts for 2 years, people look at you strange. You're in a company, fine. You're in a country. And there are things that people say, and I wonder sometimes if them listen to themselves. I know I'm living in the twilight zone because a prime minister said that he may establish a business offshore, so he don't have to pay taxes. And that just go whoop over everybody here.
Exactly.
Prosecutor say, and I quote, I have tried many jury cases in which I knew the jury to be tainted and still continued. You said that? I have a law library. That is the envy of a lot of lawyers. That was given to me, God rest his soul, by Eric Freighter QC. I have a small qualification in law. I've never gone to court in a bar or nothing. And I would love to get a hold of some lawyers and ask them if they don't understand law of tort. Do you know how much money you could make in Jamaica taking up these cases to say that there are dozens of people who have been wrongfully convicted based on what the prosecutor just admit?
Major, I'm wondering if people have an understanding of what you're saying as it relates to the DPP admitting, right, that he allowed case to proceed as it relates to she have an awareness that there is a tainted jury.
It amounts to prosecutorial misconduct.
Exactly. And not only that, Major, PJ Patterson and another lawyer had come out and spoke openly that the prosecution should not proceed in that regards because there is an established case that already established and precedents.
Yes. Yes. I have it in one of my books here.
Exactly. So then for the DPP to proceed otherwise, right? I have to wonder now that the DPP that claim that she's so articulate, how she missed that particular case of reference.
Being articulate don't mean you have sense, you know.
Oh, really?
It means you're just capable of stringing together English words in a manner that people find palatable.
Yeah.
But my thing is, you just admit.
Exactly.
Suppose, how come somebody don't jump up and say, would you care to list these cases?
It's crazy.
You said that. I remember being as operations manager in a large security organization here and rushing around one morning as the operations manager to report to managing director some nonsense going on.
Yes.
And my office mate was share the same office, God rest him soul, named Kermit Crumby, come from Hanover. Talk perfect Hanover dialect. Look for me and say, Bobby, where you did they go? It's around to Mrs. Brown. What you did they go do? I said, I am going to report the nonsense that's going on in the operations. I said, the Bobby, who they in charge of operations? He said, me. I said, the way you they go around, they go report by yourself. The DPP has reported on herself.
Exactly.
And we as a nation have allowed it. We say we should.
How are we going to change things? Now we can talk and talk and talk, but that's not going to help anybody, is it? How are we going to change things?
Well, electorate.
Vote.
Electorate brand. From the
Hold on, Byron. Say that again.
I said from the electorate.
And who they're going to vote for? They're going to vote for the PMP, and that's going to change things, is it?
No. This is the problem in this country is that we divide it down the middle like yeah, here or there.
We're too polarized.
Remember what I said? The people are our servants.
Yes.
We must say to them what they are required to do. And if they are voted in and they don't, we move them out. Certain things must come into place.
But that doesn't happen.
So what?
That's what should happen, but it doesn't happen because people don't vote because they've given up on both parties. That's the problem we have.
Because what has happened in this country, and it is very disingenuous. The government does something horrible and finds a way to draw a parallel between themselves and the PNP.
That's true.
And it's very disingenuous.
That is true.
And people...
No. I'm not buying that. I mean,
I'm not selling it. I'm telling you what it is.
The PNP were never in power as well. The PNP were in one place.
Let me explain something to you, sir. Hold on a second, I beg you. Let me explain something to you. Every single thing in this country that you currently take for granted was built and put together by the PNP above and beyond all of the protestations of the JLP.
I don't disagree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. But we're talking about the PNP of today. We're not talking about Manly's PNP. The PNP of today is not Manly's PNP.
But John,
Manly's PNP exists.
Wouldn't you say it's unfair when you're talking about the PNP of today? Might be you're making a reference as it relates to Mark Golding PNP. But let me say this to you, John. Wouldn't it apparently, right, unfair, you understand, to be judging Mark Golding of a governance that he has not yet been the Prime Minister of a country?
I'm not judging Mark Golding. So
where are you going with this line of argument?
Where am I going with it? Yes. Is that the PNP were in power for what, 18 years? Was it 17, 18 years?
For a reason.
Yeah. And what did they do? Jamaica is where it is because of both the JLP and the PNP. We're not going to get any change with either one of these two elections in power. That's the be all and end all.
You have a third party.
John, hold on. Because I want to, I presume that majority of the people who are here, they want to hear about the Finsac
PNP.
So hold on. Let us dig into the Finsac report and then we can bash. We can go into the meat of that because my brethren Arrow, you understand what I'm going to do? Let me finish, expose the Finsac report. Then of course I'm going to ask the Major to take his take on it. I'm going to ask John to take his take on it. I'm going to ask Aromatic to take his take on it. And if Tara comes back, I will be asking Tara to take her take on it. I'm more than perceive that the people want to hear about this report. So I'm not going to hold them longer. Let us get into the report. Without any further ado, what we are going to share now, we are going to share a cable from WikiLeaks within the investigation of Finsac. I am going to quote the cable number, cable 05 Kingston 2450. Investigation into the Finsac. Without any further ado, let us lift up that document. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us get into WikiLeaks cable. Privy Council rules against prominent former Jamaican banker, date 2005, October 28th, right, 1931, unclassified, not a sign. Let us get into the meat of the matter. Jamaica banker, number one, summary. Don Crawford, former head of the failed Century National Bank, has lost his appeal to the Privy Council following a 1999 conviction in the civil court for financial fraud. and has been instructed to repay about $45 million to the government of Jamaica. Although the Director of Public Prosecutions has made a ruling on whether criminal charges will be filed, that ruling has not yet been made public. Crawford, who resides in the US, was once the darling of the Jamaican banking sector. He was often lauded by government of Jamaica officials for his foray into non-banking areas at a time when investors were shunning the productive sector to benefit from the high interest rate regime. However, Crawford's bank, which made a number of loans to connected parties, was soon to face liquidity and solvency crisis and had to seek assistance from the state. Recognizing the extent of the deficit, the authorities took control of the bank and eventually charged Crawford for financial fraud. This is what the People's National Party had done. It is widely believed that his close affiliation with the opposition Jamaica Labour Party did not help his cause, as no other banker has been charged. Crawford's lawyers are in the process of discussing payment, which if made would provide a much needed windfall to the cash-strapped government Jamaica. Right, end of summary. Summary number 2. The UK-based Privy Council on October 10 ruled that Dan Crawford and former top executives of the failed Central National Bank, CNB, must pay the government of Jamaica an estimated $45 million in principal and interest for unsecured loans made ahead of the bank's collapse in 1996. The Privy Council is expected to announce the final amount payable to the state when it hands down its written judgment later this month. The Privy Council ruling arose from the appeal of March 1999 decision by Jamaica's Chief Justice Leslie Wolf, in which he berated the actions of Crawford and another top executive, Cable Williams, who he described as rogue bankers. They were busy helping themselves to the bank's funds. Wolf said in his judgment at the time, these payments constitute a misapplication of the bank's funds. However, Crawford, who reportedly resides in the Atlanta, was once regarded as a model banker, and government Jamaica functionaries viewed his bank as a blueprint. Crawford was often lauded by government of Jamaica officials for venturing into non-banking areas such as real estate at a time when investors were shunning productive investment to benefit from the government of Jamaica high interest rate policy. Summary number 3, ironically, it was Crawford's foray into non-core activities which was partly responsible for the bank's demise. I want people to hear that, as a number of unsecured loans were made to connected parties to finance these investments. In particular, the bank made loans to companies owned by Crawford, his mother and former opposition leader and Prime Minister Edward Seaga. Let me read back that over to the people where the people can understand. In particular, the bank made loans to companies owned by Crawford, his mother and former opposition leader and Prime Minister Edward Philip George Seaga. One such loan was made to an affiliated company to construct the over 700-room Renaissance Hotel. The unsecured loans to connected parties took a toll on the liquidity and solvency of the bank when they could not be financed. This prompted the institution to approach the government of Jamaica for assistance in 1996. when funds were not available to pay depositors. However, recognizing the magnitude of the deficit, the government of Jamaica was forced to take control of the bank. So it's simple that the People's National Party was actually trying to help out the situation. Let us proceed to summary number 4. The Director of Public Prosecution, who was called into the probe the activities of the bank, ruled that Crawford, his mother, and top executive were to be charged for financial fraud. Let me tell the people, this DPP was not Paula Llewellyn. If it was Paula Llewellyn wouldn't charge nobody. So to get that, please beware. It was not Paula Llewellyn. If it was Paula Llewellyn, nobody wouldn't get charged. Let us move on. It is widely held that his close affiliation with the Jamaica Labour Party did not help his cause, as to date, no other banker has been charged. Let me read back over. It is widely held that his close affiliation with the Jamaica Labour Party did not help his cause, as to date, no other banker has been charged despite the failure of other institutions. However, the Privy Council ruling could well provide a precedent for other financial sector players to be charged. Head of the Financial Fraud Unit in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, DPP, Caroline A., was hesitant to comment on whether there were other cases pending against other former bankers. She suggested that MBOF write to DPP Kent Pantry for a response. Summary number 5. Lawyers representing Crawford do not expect any criminal charges to be brought against their client, although he was investigated by the fraud squad following the collapse of the bank. The lawyers said the next step is for both sides to meet and discuss the final figures to be paid by Crawford. If the debt is repaid, it would provide a welcome windfall for the coffers of the government of Jamaica, particularly given the continued underperformance in revenues. A pattern captured by a cartoonist at the Gleaning newspaper, the cartoon showed an expectant finance minister Omar Davis inquiring of a distraught Crawford when he would be spending the money, while at the same time informing him that he could send it through a leading remittance company. Chief Fiscal Economist at the Ministry of Finance, Courtney Williams, told MBOF that if the money is repaid, then it would be more than welcome. But he is of the opinion that the government of Jamaica might only receive a portion of the judgment amount. Williams told MBOF that he was aware of a case against Paul Cheng Young. People, this is out now, bridge into SSL. Paul Cheng Young of the former Eagle Financial Group, who also resides in the US and has written a book about the crisis. When asked if there were any political underpinnings in the cases, Williams said, "Not that I am aware of, but nothing can be ruled out." Take that away. Take that away. Now, hold on. Arrow, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
You want to take the first bite out of the cake then?
Yeah, gonna make it quick. So it was told to us that it was Omar Davis and the People's National Party who caused that financial crisis in Jamaica. And that's what the Jamaica Labour Party is running on. And when they spend so much millions to do that investigation, to get that gotcha moment, and when they finally get the real story behind it, that story actually got the Jamaica Labour Party. So we may never see that report come to the Jamaican people, because it was who? Capel Williams, Dan Crawford, his mother, Edward Seaga, They were the one who was getting the loans all over the place and whosoever. It was when they reached in that financial crisis, then they turned to the government of Jamaica. And then Omar Davis tried to assist them.
Yes. Thank you, Arrow.
It wasn't the PNP, the People's National Party.
Perfect analysis.
Crush it, man.
Now, Major, take a
Yes,
bite
sir.
out of that lovely cake.
Sir,
Yes.
you see them say I can tell you about speak truth, speak it ever cause it what it will. And
Exactly.
he
Yes,
who
sir.
has the wrong he does will do the wrong thing and still doing the wrong thing still.
Still doing the wrong.
It is fascinating that as simplistic as that thing comes down to be,
Yes.
it's like people telling you about the dopey man,
Yes.
the black heart man.
Yes.
Nobody don't have a proof about him, but them uses to scare children.
That's it.
What I find fascinating in that document you just read is they glossed over a certain part of it.
Yes.
Yes.
The millions that was owed
Yes.
by Mr. Seaga.
Yes.
Who said he forgot that he had owed it. And nobody knows see what is wrong with that. It's a financial genius now. But
Yes.
people forget him own it. You see, I have to get a little too close to certain things. When I used to work for a major security company, we had the contract to guard Carinosa. Does that name ring a bell, if you pardon the pun?
Yes.
You know about Carinosa? Enchanted
Yes.
Gardens?
Yes. Yes.
It's Carinosa.
Yes. Carinosa Hotel. Yeah, we know about it.
Okay. So I saw stuff coming and going, and I remember that accounts receivables for Carinosa at the time in terms of service being provided to it. There were times when it was a little shady.
Yes.
Cash flow wasn't flowing. I have tried hard, and I challenge you both that find me an organization or a business that Mr. Seaga ran that made a profit. Don't take anything I say for God. Go find it. I'll wait. It'll take a while because it don't exist.
Failure after failure.
But it's a financial genius. You see, again, in the United States, they will take a very good rifleman and put him in the cookhouse. In Jamaica, we had a man who had a degree in economics from the London School of Economics, who was a socialist. And we had somebody who had a degree in sociology who claimed to be an economist. My problem is people who should know better for their own aggrandizement clung to the tailcoats of this individual and rode that horse as far as it would carry them.
Yes.
People jump up and say, PNP ruined the country. 18 years of debacle, forgetting that in the 18 years, Seaga kept telling the United States this man is a communist in the making. This man, and tell people, don't play with this country in terms of doing business with them because you'll be building them up. Remember I told you about the tripartite.
Yeah.
Cuba, Jamaica with Manley,
yes,
and Aristide and thing in Haiti. None of those three could be seen if they are not hugging up the United States to prosper.
Exactly.
You find yourself in a situation now where Mr. Seaga, by means fair or foul, became prime minister.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the first people to be introduced to Mr. Reagan. You remember that?
Yes.
First visit. everything took a bedside step. We hooked up that honor. But our problem is, amongst a lot of others,
Yes.
is
Hold
that
the thoughts, Major. Let me answer this person. Go ahead, caller. You're live on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Good night. Good evening, Mr. Bobby. Good evening. I have two something to say.
Yes.
First one, there's an article. If my memory serves me right, you Crafty and Chen Young was so close that Paul Chen Young deadlift 170 ounces in a United States for Ukraine. And that's about a Finsac. Right?
Yeah.
If you don't believe me, check where the note of me have the article, can play article like you not talk with no know. Anything in talking show article like you back up. 170 ounces. Mr. Paul Chen Young deadlift the Ukraine. And those was from a never part of Finsac. The next thing, Mr. John, we respect you. But you come in like our slave. You as PMP never do, and PMP never this, and everything Jamaican people, if you little away. Enough of we suffer, we are benefit right now. And PMP show like that come from.
You're right.
So you must say PMP did it for 18 years and never do you. If you never that to make a 18 years, you like stay at the class and listen and go do your research and learn. School at PMP. Jadem at PMP. PG say him want make we call we sell with too much phone at PMP. Cheap low income care at PMP. Free education at PMP. Free health care at PMP.
Talk to them, sister.
Private sector. Man, they help them to reach where they might reach. So what's a PMP never do nothing. PG do something because PG say he might bring in Jesus. It's not about passing or failing. It's about every child get an opportunity to go to a high school. So whenever PMP never do, you know, sit down man and big person and I tell the young people them. Talk the reality, yes, PMP blunder. PMP make because they're only human. But never in my 54 years of life, since me have sense, I have knowledge. Me ever see Jamaica come this far in a so much blatant thief and man walk out and disrespectful. Look at our country. PJ used to carry on board. Everything happening in the Caribbean, Jamaica, they call resolve it. Jamaica, where is Jamaica now? Mr. John, what's your name? Sometimes you talk, you get me aggressive. Speak the truth. And cast it what it will. He who I the wrong, he did the wrong thing still. Stop it, man. Say every PMP part and present is clean. And things not pretty like a bread and butter. Oh, we had JOS boss. A PJ can JUTC. I will make carpentries. All to them people, brother.
Well,
people when people get redundant. Oh, we taxi association women, all man, and woman, could buy 2 taxi put per road. Who do them stop them?
Well said.
People.
Well said. Well said.
Want to be pimenta, with chocolate, with coffee, with banana, we used to import. So, continue, man. Me a listen to Mr. Finsac. Tell Mr. Johnson, me say, you go look for the article where Paul Chen Young deadlift 170 ounces all over in America for Ukraine. And they mash up Finsac. And how man, Davies and the rest them try to fix it. If you make who could not get back to get back little. I mean the economy, so I mean I'm going to figure. Continue me a listen.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you for call. If you're in the closer boy, trust me. But I have to give you a little troops for your jaw. Why if you don't get that? Thank you for the judgment.
Even my school. Once you pick the pass exam, they have help for the fee, help now, and I can't talk about them make art. They are lying.
All right. Thank you for the contribution. Blessings. Blessings, my sister.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something.
Yes, go ahead, Major.
I listened to that sister and I laugh because
she's speaking the truth. Major.
A repository of knowledge is always to be treasured.
Exactly.
But my thing is this. Why is it people leave out the parts that don't suit them? You know, it's everything else, but parts that don't suit them not mentioning. Do you know one of the first acts Mr. Seaga did when he got the government in the 80s?
Yes.
He canceled free education. He removed the cess.
Yes.
From education.
Major, hold that point because we want to hear what you have to say on that. We want to hear. Carla, thank you for calling Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Shalom, Bridget.
Shalom, my brother.
You know, I want to go back a little bit. Before I go back, the fact of the matter is that when you look at this Finsac report that is coming out, what the JLP party did not want us to know is that they were the ones who were trying to mash up the country.
Exactly.
And the fact about it is that the PMP was to have too much of a good heart.
Aye.
Right? And because the PMP was having such a good heart of taking care of its people, right? The Jamaica Labour Party turn around and slap in our face and spread propaganda and tell people say, we mash up the country.
Right.
What a wicked set of people.
Tell them to show the report. Tell them to show the report.
They're not going to show it. They don't want to show it.
Okay.
They put it on a website where people who don't have laptops can't find it.
It's why we love the major over here. This is why we love the major over here. He's talking the truth. Go ahead.
We know the laptops, I want to go back a little bit about the whole Michael Manley era.
Yes.
Where some people jump up and don't even realize that all the facilities that we enjoy, was orchestrated and implemented by Michael Manley.
Exactly.
But what I want to really touch on is a travesty.
Yes.
For people who, most of these people in their 50s and 60s, right, 40s, right, they are the ones who benefited from a PMP government free education.
Definitely.
Right? And these same people can get up and stand up in a public places and start such kind of bulls.
I tell you.
What wrong with the people here?
As I said, it's a travesty.
They never intended, as I said, I will say this over and over again. The Jamaica Labour Party never intended and will never intend for Jamaican, the liquor, the normal man in Jamaica, to walk the street of Jamaica feeling proud that they are Jamaican. We must. That's why they push so much service economy. We must go wipe. We must go clean, wipe. You know what? Dress me up in a pretty clothes.
Well, you see, the yes.
Still slave. Dress up in a pretty clothes and show off. So they pay with $15,000 a week.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
What are we to the people?
Exactly. All right. Another, what they call them, a coming. All right.
We serve the country still.
All right.
People.
Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. I mean, trust me. But, the lies, the propaganda there, oh my goodness, never stop. But we're glad for this Finsac report, right? And we know the truth.
I'm blessed, man.
Blessings.
We want to see the Finsac report. We want to see the SSA report too.
Oh, My goodness, more know when that ever come.
Remember that the crawl report is ready and they're sitting on it.
The crawl report completed and they sit on it. They are sitting on a letter report. All right. So thank you, Uriel. We are going to the call coming. Okay, all right. Answer this call. All right. Yes, a pleasant good night. Like you have a device in the background. Can you turn on that device, please?
I turn it off. I'll listen to you.
All right. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Do you know that the Finsac trial, there was 6 Chinese man was shot, 6 Chinese.
No, I never hear about that. But if speak what you know.
You Panton.
Which one of the Panton you're talking?
Panton, you have a motor car, our property in Portland. He was charged up all of Finsac today, remember?
Okay.
You don't remember?
I'm going to have to do some further research on it.
Ask Mr. Vincent. If you I don't remember the name.
Yes.
Yeah, well, okay. The major said yes. So you're right. You're correct.
Yeah. It was 5 Chinese man along with Finsac and 2 brown white man, we can't call it. Was
Yes.
charged. All them was 9 to Mr. Seaga.
Wow. See it? GLP crime. And they are propagandizing PNP.
You will never start Finsac report.
No.
Public, you will never.
But
Alex Mark going when Mark going win.
Yes.
Right, but you never see how much of them.
Well, we send it out through WikiLeaks.
Right.
We send it out through WikiLeaks.
But Wiki Pantan part and them doing. No, you know by what set. You know, the man with the TV bank.
Wow.
And let a Pantan set him by up.
Wow, you hear that? That is.
You know what's interesting? I've never heard anybody speak about spring planes.
Okay. All right, Carla. I'm going to just end now and run because we have Major Finley who is going to take us through right, and we need to get the information. All right. Thank you for calling. Yes, go ahead, Major.
You remember about winter vegetables?
That has to deal with some drug situation.
The gentleman who was here spearheading it was later found to be one of Israel's most prolific drug runners.
There you go, yes.
But they must fly in planes in and out of here taking winter vegetables.
Yes, cocaine, back and forth.
Winter vegetables,
Yes.
But my thing is this. My father had a number of sayings. I treasure them all. But one I take great pleasure in is when he said a person have more nerve than an aching tooth.
Oh, jeez.
You know? And life is just a Brook Benton moment. It's just a matter of time.
Just a matter of time.
If you sit by the river of life long enough, all the bodies of your enemies will come floating by.
There you go.
So now, here is what I find fascinating. How can you feel good claiming other people's achievements as your own?
Well, Andrew wanted to feel comfortable, more than feeling good, extremely comfortable in doing that.
He should read his yearbook comments. One from St. Catherine High. Go look on it and see what it says. But my thing is, NHT, designed to build houses for poor people.
Exactly.
Never said nothing about high-rise building. And we can't even do that well. The one on Ruthven Road parking lot became a swimming pool.
Whoa.
Now, we couldn't work out that was going to happen and it built right side of a gully course. Hello?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
there was this big thing about the bulldozing of the houses out of Bernard Lodge. Gunmen were supposedly selling it. When are we charging the principal? Because she's obviously a gunman, because she was selling it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't leave part of the sentence unfinished and tell us that the story done.
Exactly.
It was said that gunmen were selling it. Then it turns out that it's a principal from the school who was doing the transaction. So when are we locking her up for gun? Because she's a gunman.
There you go. There you go. And who she was affiliated with? Who she was affiliated with?
She come from Andrew's constituency.
Oh.
All right, you know what I find interesting? I have listened to Aromatic speak in other areas. And I admire his tenacity because he knows stuff.
Yes.
If him open his mouth, the place rocks up.
Yes.
Because there are people who, let me give you a little story. There was a preacher, a white priest in Africa with a little tribe. And the chief come and say, we have problem. So what's that? Say, daughter was pregnant. She just have baby. So what's the problem? Say, baby white. So the man say, come, I can show you something. So him carry him down to the field and say, you see all those sheep? Say, yes. See all of them white? Say, yes. Say, you see that one black one? And the chief said, okay, you no talk, me no talk. There are people who are supposedly upstanding citizens of this country who spout the most religiously influenced homophobic comments.
Yes.
And turn up their noses at the mere thought of it. And anybody who looks and says hello to someone who's inclined to like their vice versa. And people look on you like, oh, your behavior is latrinal.
Yes.
And I keep hearing Bob Marley singing. And if night should turn to day, a lot of people would run away.
So true.
The cap fit.
Let them wear it.
Let them
That's
wear
right.
it. There are people in the higher echelons of our security forces who can stick up the man in certain forums and say, not I. Because the Lord in them just someone say, cly and strike them.
Exactly.
Now, don't get me wrong. Freedom of choice is every man's or woman's right.
Yes, it's true.
An attempt to inflict your choice on me is something I would fight for.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Of course.
Exactly.
No, people must be given, it's a God in his ultimate wisdom, whoever you conceive him to be.
Yes.
The greatest gift God gave us wasn't life, you know. The greatest gift God gave us was choice.
Yes.
That is why slavery is said to be such a horrible thing. With slavery, you have no choice.
Exactly.
You either do it,
will.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
I get the feeling our system of government has morphed into no choice. And people are telling you, you're stuck with me because your alternative is similar to me. And the problem is the similarity only extends as far as their disingenuous attempt to make it so.
Exactly, Major. But Major, just hold a point. Let me just answer this caller. Right. Caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good night. to you, Byron, and of course, Aromatic. And
Yes.
Major, but Major means stitches.
Yeah.
Blessed.
I'm living on this rock for a long time now. I've been through all the leaders of the parties. Buster, Norman, all of them from right now. I've also lived through the governance styles of all of them. And let me tell you this. This is the worst I've ever seen Jamaica. This is the worst I have ever seen the people of Jamaica living. And to tell you that in those days you have all Wackland cottages and all that, and the people still never there live so.
True, speak up.
You have the little people who have the little top house and all them things there, and they still never there live so poor. Right? What I have seen in the breaking down of the Jamaican society starts with the Jamaica Labour Party. And this is not a joke. We have lived it. Our voices are passionate about this thing. That is why when you hear the lady spoke a while ago, you hear how passionate she was about what she was saying. We have lived it and we have suffered it. And we are now trying to change what is going on. That is why I'm so happy to see the elders are still coming to the fore and speaking to the people of Jamaica.
Exactly.
Because the youth are lost. The youth are lost in vanity. The youth, this banga thing what they call music, and put a whole heap of money behind it and turn away the spiritual rhythm, which is the reggae. Right now, Africa is calling for Jamaicans to take up back reggae. Leave the banga alone and come to the reggae because it is the spiritual one. The reggae is what we have been using to control the world along with the ganja. How can I leave the ganja out? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Our culture, the Jamaican culture, is the best culture in the world. Everywhere I go outside of Jamaica, the people want to be a Jamaican.
Yes.
Once the people meet you as a Jamaican, they wanted to talk with them here. They wanted to teach them all your curse words, them love. When them talk, it would sound like a song.
Yeah.
Right? But them want to know everything Jamaican. And this government is turning Jamaica into America. They want us to be subservient to the Americans and also the Europeans. The Europeans are using the European Union to control everywhere that is where the African people are settled. Them have this thing where them tell them when they meet in them councils and them say, we must keep Africa poor. It doesn't mean the land. It means anywhere black people are, we must keep them poor. They know that they personally cannot come into our countries and do it, so they work through the governments that are puppets to them.
Exactly. That
is why you see the government is presently taking away the land from us. The government is disinheriting us. Our place where we have the best, the crystal water, you don't want to take that and give to the miners, the bauxite miners. He want to take water catchments. That's why he want to go to our compound and control that. He want to go to the country and control that. You understand?
Exactly.
And if we don't stand up, by the time you look around, the little house you own, you're going to see a white man come and you get one man and say, you're living in my house.
Hmm.
You're living in my house.
So now we're about a true.
Yeah.
Right.
And you see, it is only the European Union that come in here and say that the economy is performing. Understand that. If you check what they are doing in Africa, you will understand why they say that here. They only say that when they are in control of the government.
When they are in control. And you're perfectly right. Neo-colonialists on their mission.
Yes.
Neo-colonialists on their mission.
I'm sorry. Sorry, John isn't here because I don't want to talk behind him back.
Yes.
But do you know that if the world were the human body,
yes,
England could be said to be the large intestine?
Okay.
Yes.
Because everything that passed through it turned to shit.
Yes.
And that is why when Britain holds on to somewhere, them say them colonize it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not colonize them, colonize it. We are the largest remaining plantation on earth, undergoing the longest slave revolt in history.
So true.
We have once again been divided into house slaves and field slaves. And
Yes.
anybody in between, they want to kill us.
Right.
Okay.
Right. That's what they're doing right now.
Yes. All right. So another caller come in. So I just want to give that person a chance as well, right? To speak. But thank you for your input.
Yes, thank you, Byron.
You're welcome.
Yes,
all right.
Thank you. Anytime.
All right. Answer that. People, before we go any further, right? Remember to go over Aromatic Realistic TV, and remember to subscribe, right? And strengthen Aromatic, because he's one of us and he's carrying the message. Please, I'm asking you to go over Aromatic, right? For persons who, right, seen Aromatic for the first time, one of us, please give him your endorsement. Thank you very much. Yes, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Please go ahead.
Sir Byron.
Yes, sir.
Good night, sir.
Good night to you, my friend.
All right, listen carefully. This is Noel, okay?
Yes.
I'll be one of your watcher, listener to your program, okay?
Thank you very much.
I'm going to make 2 points with 3 words now.
Yes.
N-O-W, T-O, and K-N-O-W. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
No is to know, and if you flip it, no to know. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right, listen. See, Jamaica, we have a lot of intellectuals in Jamaica who claims that they have PhD, BSD, PhD, what and this and that and you name it. And the grassroots people who don't have no PhD, no PhD, and all that. They feel like we are so damn dumb and stupid and fool. All right, let me tell you something. Jamaica need one of the biggest wake-up call, and I mean, not tomorrow. We're talking about now. Okay?
Yes.
Jamaica needs one of the biggest wake-up call, and I mean, tomorrow or yesterday. We're talking about now, which is the present. Jamaica people can wake up and see and smell the coffee. We are going ain't nowhere.
You're so right, my friend.
Can't smell the coffee, we sell it out.
Yes.
You was born and going to Jamaica, right?
Yes.
Living in America.
I'm in Canada.
I was born and go.
I'm in Canada.
Born and go in Jamaica. I didn't have no education after early school. But trust me, you see the people when say them have them this, them that, trust me, them are feel with. And when I say feel with, I mean miserably. I don't go no otherwise. And the people them are clear so they go college and then this and that. I say them know this, them know no shit. They are failing us and failing us miserably.
I want to agree with you. I definitely want to agree with you because that is true.
No, listen good. I've been an avid listener I text her on all the program them, but that's the first time I called it. And you know what I did tonight? I was so caught up Tuesday. When the Prime Minister walk over the House of Parliament in Jamaica, when the Prime Minister of Jamaica, when Seaga become Prime Minister in 1980, he was just like 8 years old. And not even 8 years old good. And that's the thing when more people understand and learn and understand. The Prime Minister wasn't even 8 years old good. Edward Seaga says Andrew Wallace is a good boy, not a leader. Me get to understand so the man have 3 fathers to us. And me afraid to understand this. Wolf Golden said to him 2 years ago, Andrew Wallace, you get one of the best political capital, and if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. No, Jamaica, when more want more than this. And I said that, one want more than this. We know say this man is a blood loss curse, some fire take me down a last the prepared. But Jamaica want more than this. What more can Jamaica want more than this?
So evidently clear, my brother.
Listen to this. Michael Manley, 1973 speech. And 1976, I want Jamaica people to go back. Let me tell you something. Me and my guys, me go to school in the 1970s. Me get free education, free uniform, free food, everything at school. Healthcare, every goddamn thing we get to school, Michael Manley is one of the greatest man at the Prime Minister of Jamaica ever seen. Above him father and Buster Manti. And Buster Manti tell Jamaica people say saltfish better than education,
Let them know.
Saltfish better than education.
Let them know.
Me never want to talk, but I really got to. Me say me head a bus for me, my mother eat away. I'm the first to eat. I'm after the got to me have to come out and talk tonight. I don't me even care if somebody want to come hot at me tomorrow morning, but me till they got to, me have to voice me concern. That's it. You see, YouTubers and bloggers, you see what they do for Jamaica? Jamaica people don't even understand a tip of the iceberg when people are for Jamaica. I am swearing to me Almighty God, put me to sleep and wake me. Jamaica people don't understand the tip of what vloggers are for Jamaica. Born and go to Jamaica and live outside of Jamaica, they don't understand it. Me not do education like that. But me tell myself, say, when me all in school, me say me done with all in school, me go and learn a trade. I wish today Jamaica people can tell them people say, don't go to school without you have a trade. I swear to me, Almighty God, I wish Byron.
Yeah, man, I can feel the passion, my brother.
Me look on me look on the 2 hours, and I say, look on them people now. Look on there. Balan go to Jamaica, but look on there. United States of America, and look on to Jamaica, and the people in
Canada, you're in Canada.
Oh, you're in Canada?
Yes, Canada, we're in Canada.
Oh, all right, sorry about that. All right, well, even better than that. Canada, United States of America, England. You know the amount of people out of Jamaica will live in them 3 places that we are now. It's more than the population of Jamaica to the year.
Yes.
The greatest man we ever put the blueprint for Jamaica was Michael Joshua Manley. The second Joshua Manley we have now is Jefferson Golden.
No joke about that. No joke. No joke about that. Think it loud.
You know, sir, 31 years I vote, brother. You want me to tell you something? At 31 years, me no vote at Jamaica. I live in Jamaica. The time I vote at 1990 Rasta Blood Tree. 1993 and 92. I'm going to vote this year. I'm going to say, listen, you see, my vote has to be counted.
All right.
92, 93 and 2000 Rasta 24. My vote has to be counted. And any vote we make, I respect you. I respect you.
Blessings, man.
Bless up.
Beside you, just with to God. We're going to meet up.
Thank you, my brother.
Give praises.
Give praises.
May I go back to the program, go watch it.
All right.
I go back for the program.
All right. Thank you.
But the first time I do it, I understood why it's like me call to order, you know, why me have to call to order.
Yes.
My goal is to do it. I want to tell you why. After the man, them try. The first time in the history of Jamaica, you know,
Yes.
a government walk out on opposition in Jamaica. I don't know who has this and who know it, but this is going to be one of the biggest history when Jamaica can ever conceive.
Can't get any lower than that.
Biggest history we ever conceive.
Cannot get any lower than that.
Opposition inside and government at a budget speech. Oh my God.
Embarrassing.
I am so
Embarrassing.
emotional.
Embarrassing.
All
right.
right.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Blessings, my brother. Have a wonderful weekend.
Byron.
Yes. All right. So, yes. All right.
Fantastic 5. Jamaica still alive.
Blessings. Blessings, my brother. Yes.
Hey, Byron.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know, it's a pleasure.
Yes.
For me to be sitting in the company of these three great persons.
Yes.
Like a year ago, I would not know that I would meet Mr. Finsac, the walking encyclopedia.
Yes.
You, knowledge out of this world, and through your wife is around the screen. I want people to know the role that she is playing.
Thank you, Aro.
It's you understand what I'm saying? Yes. But I see somebody in the chat, and like they're saying propaganda. I just want to make people aware. If they notice, aromatic mystic, we don't use clickbaits.
No.
Definitely.
Definitely not.
We don't use clickbaits because our agenda is not all about us and running down to get cash.
Thank you, Aro.
Our agenda is to build back Jamaica the way we know it used to be.
Thank you, my brother.
Where you and I and our grandkids and our great-great-grandkids can live and happy and have a piece of that rock. The late, great Michael Manley said we must be first in study. And sometimes if we don't have anything to say, we just make our finger get chig off. We just need to just chill out, relax.
Yes.
You are in the company of Mr. Finsac, Byron, and you're talking about propaganda. Sometimes we just need to take a time out, throw away the partisan, and know where you are, the space and the company that you are in, and appreciate of it. And every day them thing here happen. Michael Manley said, if you cannot read the book, go into a group with the best reader and make that reader teach the group. You can't too dunce on your head too thick. So you find yourself in that group. How can you find yourself in a group like this and then you're still misbehaving in the chat? Just relax, man. Just relax.
Well,
anyway, my friend, take it away.
But I want to. Sorry, Major. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so we have to cut. I just want to say one thing quickly.
Yes.
One of my sojourns in academia was I got qualified in trade unionism. I'm a qualified trade unionist. Got my degree from UA.
Yes.
And it just struck me the other day. The government side are elected officials that are employed by us. Yes?
Yes.
Now, if you have a business and all of your secretarial pool gets up one day in the middle of the day and just walk out, no abandonment of post that.
Of course.
Exactly. Exactly. Of course.
And there must be some disciplinary action or them lose pay for it. So I would like to know if they are going to take money from the government who's supposed to be running the country, who walked out of parliament. It's one thing to say that you're pissing off the PNP, but you're there to do my business and you walk away from it.
Exactly.
Instant termination, man.
Yeah, something wrong. Excuse me.
You know, Aro, you said something earlier, right, as it relates to, knowledge. But the truth be told is that we all learn from each other.
Yep.
Right? The first time I listened to your program, as it relates to your presentation, right, and the way you were well organized, right, and well structured, right, that really, grabbed my attention. And so then when I'm sending people over to an aromatic, right, I want people to go and know that they are getting the knowledge, right, that aromatic, right, has done his research. And, Aro, we are going to have people who, there's nothing that we can tell them, right, to convince them. Nothing. So we are not trying to convince those people.
Yeah, which is right.
You understand? We are not trying to convince those people.
Yeah.
And so then our interest is to pursue the electorate and give the electorate, right, that level of education as it relates to the truth.
That is it.
And so then it is such a sad thing as it relates to what I know, right, the responsibility of a government and good governance, what good governance is, right? One of the first things, right, the interest of the government is to first protect its citizenry.
You're right.
And when the government lose that, and then not only that the state lose that, it seems like the state becomes a political virus.
It is. It is.
And
it
so
is.
Exactly. What we have seen, what is evidently clear, right? That we have seen a government that from the onset, I want people to understand certain things. And I know that Major can back me up, Aro can back me up, right, on this. From the onset, people, I want you to listen to me keenly. From the onset, as it relates to good governance.
Yes.
Here you have the leader of a political party deciding and influence other persons not to sign the code of conduct. But that tells me that there is a preconceived notion moving forward, a premeditated plan.
I do not intend to be held accountable.
Yeah.
Come on, Major. A premeditated plan.
Yeah.
And so then he knows very well that if he, along with his team, along with his members of parliament, sign the code of conduct, and I'm saying, how does that flip over some Jamaican consciousness who are voting for this man? What you are voting for, you are voting as it relates to someone who tell you that they are not going to be responsible for good governance. Right off the bat. Right off the bat.
Yeah. Who the DPP herself just tell we that he used corrupted juror and send ghetto people pit near prison.
Speaker.
You understand what I'm saying? So when you have a prime minister like this, he corrupt the entire system. And I was saying to somebody today, I said, don't get carried away with yourself about the new police commissioner. Remember that he works for Andrew Holness and Chang. Tell me one man who appointed under Andrew Holness who is not corrupt. Go show me him.
Major, so the man look heavy.
Yes.
So Blake already know what him have to do. When him go sit down on the interview, them tell him what them want from him.
Believe it?
Are you
You
saying
understand what I'm saying?
Orders?
Yes.
Our health marching order. Remember, you know, we give the man the mandate to serve and to protect us, to make sure that each and every one of us live to our full potential. The man turn around and start execute with.
Yeah.
The military must at some stage answer to the government.
Exactly. Of course.
But the police must have the autonomy to lock up the prime minister if necessary.
Here you go. Hold up, Prime Major,
right.
because it is so important. We want to hear you out. Hold up, Prime Major. Yes, Carla, you are on Mystic Sensation. Thank you for passing through. Go ahead.
Mr. Finsac, good night.
Good day.
May I put this question and suggestion?
Yes.
As me tell you, me not a PhD, permanent established.
Speak up, sister. We love you. We love you upon this program. Yeah. Speak your mind.
Listen me. The Nids thing. Me I beg you for help me look deep, because he's a learned man.
Yes.
And you only come with the Nids. And he can't go out, we can't go Supreme Court. Supreme Court fling out it. Listen me keenly, you know. Him come back again with these Nids. You know, say my personal take on the Nids. And me can be wrong, and me can be right. I stand for courage. I feel my God's feeling tell me say, to all this and him minions them, I push the Nids. But we take the Nids, and when we take the Nids, him say electronic voting. And the Israel people them when they are helping to the election, and when he win back now, he just become a dictator. That's my personal feelings. So me want to ask who have knowledge, who were learned than me. We have to go boycott these Nids. Imagine the man going to parliament, in kick in our face and box in our mouth, from $13,000 to $15,000 minimum wage. Security officer from $14,000 to $15,000. You know, say security officer, me feel dead already.
Oh my goodness.
Me feel dead, but me tell you, me feel dead. Seriously. That's why me say slavery was wicked. I was working at location. Can't take it away to Jamaica down at Clarendon. And then me I work up at sports club. And me don't have no water. And me say me don't have no water. Me mean no water to drink. And me come supervisor. And he tell me say he soon come. And naturally me did it. So till me mouth no having no saliva. First time in life me feel so. And me feel like me don't know if it take the type of feeling, but me know me I go. If you know Jamaica good, I crawl and go down the road. From up there. I want taxi man stop. I say, warm to you. I be there, what? And the man go in and car and throw water in my mouth. And I saw me revive. I said, do security officer so. We have been through it. Yo, people don't know where I'm at Jamaica, you know. And fear Mr. Johnny get up at about PMP. When Portia Simpson a prime minister, every year, mean every calendar year, security money raise. We are getting with $5 penny, with $10, with $15. We can put on with pot and say, yes, when budget read, we are getting the time $10 enough money, $5 enough money. But to come back to the needs, may I beg everybody, wide and far, local, aromatic, you're bad, you know.
Bad like yours.
Full of influence. Yes, me follow you, know. Me follow you. Anywhere you go, me eat up back of you.
All right.
You know, we are beg you,
Right.
and everybody else.
Yes.
Work my needs case, yeah. We don't want no needs.
Yeah, we don't want no needs.
I mean, mothers, baby mother can't do all this, you know, our wife and then baby mother. His new name is Mr. Bramwell, right? We are going to demonstrate. We don't want no man. We don't want no man with we. Just woman. Who no man on the stay back. We are fine. We are go out there. So make them broke record. Say 52 man go demonstrate and then shoot up 30. We don't want no man can love tell like a man. Then love soon with the phone and say a gun. We don't want no man. We are going to demonstrate, massive demonstrate. Mark Warden, we are called by you. We help support with Patricia Duncan Sutherland. We don't want no needs. This needs is not good. Anything we buy, tell me work. You always have too much to expose. And the next thing, let me tell you now, Andrew only sacrificed Dalrymple. Dalrymple shouldn't come out in an IC. And for them shouldn't come out, and for them shouldn't hide. But for Dalrymple, bust out, so that she have to step down to put Juliet Olis up there. So for them shouldn't hide.
Talk about things, Mama.
Look behind things, you know.
Talk about things, Mr.
Security officer. Meet Mr. Printy one time, you know, right at Portmore. You remember, but remember. I may have a exam to do. I may go to him. Mr. Finzi, look.
Yeah, man, major smiling.
I may ask one question. You answer a question. And I pass my exam and become supervisor instant.
Right.
One question, what may ask you, and you answer it to me. And we answer in a phrase that I said to you, say, sorry, we can't give too much that phrase. He said, well, I still give you, you say, I'm still giving you an S. So look behind that. I mean, go, I mean, write it. I mean, write it. You know what you're telling me? I write it. Write a put more on a, what you call it? Break and head this up. I mean, pass. So me, I beg you to look behind and do all this and the needs. This needs no good Israeli man. There are people yard. Whole heap of Israeli there. And when we listen to international news, we hear say Russia interfere, Israel interfere in the election to make who they want to win. No electronic voting around here. Please help with. And woman at Jamaica, who no come make we go out there. Make we go out there, go demonstrate peacefully. We not carry knife, nothing, just write the placard. Away with needs. Even if Jamaica got change them system, nothing than Joel listen. Even if in the future we have better things, our hospital wants the money more spend on the hospital, spend on the road. Right?
I agree with you, you know. Fully agree with you.
$1,000 can buy. $1,000 200%. And Jamaica, Mr. Herbert, great away your name. He's a wicked too. I have to have a different Andrew is like him do something good. $1,000 the one end on the time what they have the crime. When you fight crime, when you create crime. You create crime, you fight it.
All right, my sister.
You pay people live every wages, everything all right. Where you fight crime.
Bless, bless up my sister and feel comfortable when you come on the program. Talk. Bless up.
Right. What's up, son liberty? This is right.
If we're on two church,
Different.
who no come make we go in that price. Come on.
Aro, you want my sister say? You want my sister say? Oh, you are going to fight crime when a Rural Reid is your advisor. That my sister saying, oh, are you going to fight crime when a Rural Reid is your advisor?
She's right. What nine crime?
Oh, you are going to fight crime when Rural Reid is your advisor.
You hear what the song say? I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy.
Well, I tell you something, Major, you see how the people them love you over here. Major, the people them love you over here. You know, you have to visit me often, no, Major. The people them love you over here, Major. So, yes, Major, you have got the floor, you know.
I have to step aside now, but
all right.
I just want to. I have spoken to a number of different schools at a number of different times.
Yes.
And I usually end my presentation with this recitation from Bob Andy.
Yes.
And I think it could have been written yesterday. So for what it's worth, I put it out there and see if people can go look it up and play it for yourself.
Yes.
But it says, I was drawn into myself, observing all this time. From every angle I could see, my people are getting hell. Brothers are drawn to crime, so they die from time to time. We'd like to ask you leaders,
I know the song. Yeah.
what have you got in mind?
See the fire burning.
Spreading. It's getting hotter than hot. And the haves will want to be in the shoes of the have-nots. If the sign is on your door, then you may be safe for sure. But if you are in pretense, you're on the wrong side of the fence. Another thing I saw in visions right in front of my eyes. Sisters prostituting, selling away their lives. They get but very little pay, the ones who clean the mess, while minorities have set up themselves and claim to be the best. But I feel the fire spreading, and it's getting hotter than hot. And the haves going to want to be in the shoes of the have-nots. If the sign is on your door, you may be safe for sure. But if you are in pretense, you're on the wrong side of the fence. We need to keep this fire burning.
Burning. You know, Major.
Yeah, man.
Give you me a big thanks. It is one of our best nights so far. Right? And I mean, Major, 2 appearances. Right? We love it. You know, thanks in a million, Major, to pass through our platform, right, and give us the prudent lessons as always.
I do my best, boss. I do my best.
Yes.
I can only talk the truth. It don't need no rehearsal.
Okay. Exactly. And you know, I know you have to run, Major. So, you know, big up yourself.
In parting, may I say publicly that for a black family,
yes,
it is heartwarming and really inspiring to see a man and his spouse work together in harmony for the betterment of others.
Thank you so much, Major.
So much.
That is not only rare, that's amazingly rare.
Thank you.
And it is my honor to have been asked by you to have attended a couple of times, because I see where you're operating from, and to me, I've been invited into your home.
Yes.
And I feel very honored to have been done so.
Thank you so much.
I can tell you this much. Keep your fire burning.
Burning.
Good night.
I give you your respect, Major.
Hold on.
Salute.
Thank you.
Salute. It's a pleasure for me. It's a pleasure for me to even sit in your presence, sir. It's a pleasure for me. It's a pleasure for me. And as I said, my determination is to fight the fight.
Yes.
And the day that I stop the fight is when the good Lord.
The battle will be over.
That's it.
Yes. Manlyites. Manlyites. Feel the strength, feel the energy. Thank you so much. All right. Blessings. Let me take that call. Yes, caller. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead, please. Thank you. How are you doing? Go ahead. All right. Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. Yes, we endorse that. We endorse that. Yes. Yes. All right. All right. All right. Thank you, my friend. All right. Have a wonderful weekend. All right. And big up yourself. Blessings. All right. Cool. All right.
One final note, sir.
Yes, Major.
Tell the New World Corporation down at the KCMAC.
Yes.
Stop selling food besides sewage.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
That's a good one. That's a big help.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean,
that is the greatest disrespect to a people.
Exactly.
I give you a place to sell food to people besides sewage.
Yes.
It's like setting a table in your bathroom.
That's disgraceful. That's disgraceful.
It is.
Yes.
And it's not a big thing to some people, but it's simple things that make people feel good about themselves.
Exactly, Major.
That's it. That's it.
Exactly. Okay.
Blessed.
Thank you,
Blessed,
Major.
Major.
Have a wonderful
Blessed.
weekend.
Thank you.
All right.
Blessed.
Looking forward to see you again.
Blessed,
All right.
man.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Scholar, you're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Yes, sirs. Good night, and ma'am. You know, I am just so delighted to hear the conversation and the whole discussion taking place.
Thank you.
And I'm just here saying to myself, had it not been for you guys on social media, I mean, where would we have gotten all of these information? Because a lot of them has gone missing. We forget them. We just forget them because they have been not spoken of. A young generation like it is today doesn't even realize that it was the same Michael Manley who caused a lot of us to get into high school. Because I can remember in the 70s, there were not enough high schools in Jamaica to even give a lot of persons who pass, a lot of students who pass their common entrance are spaced in high school. So a lot of people who pass the common entrance, they were like, you know, put aside as being failed.
Yes.
And in fact, they just didn't have enough space to accommodate them in school. It was Michael Manley who came along. And look at all of these private secondary schools that were in Jamaica. Big buildings holding a couple kids. And he looked at it and he said, no, we need to do something about that. And I know in particular in my case, as I'm calling from the Mandeville area, the Carteret College was a school for boys. And that big school had in a couple boys in there. They had a dormitory and all of that. And Michael Manley said, we have to use up the space. We cannot allow people to be graduating from school at age 15. 15, you have to go there, go learn some auto mechanics or some welding or some masonry and stuff like that.
Yes.
No further education. You just drop out of the school system. And when I listen to a lot of these people who call themselves G2K, maybe a lot of them don't know that had it not been for all of those changes, they couldn't even go to high school, much more university.
True. Yeah, you see.
Because they take things like civics out of high schools and schools in Jamaica. So a lot of us don't know, a lot of people don't know where we are coming from. They don't know where they are coming from. And as an earlier caller said, the PMP has made so many changes in the lives of Jamaicans. But guess what? A lot of us don't know, because they hide it. You know, Mr. Seaga is one person who did very well in hiding the truth from the Jamaican people.
You're right.
He did that. Yeah, he did that. And it is so heartbroken when you hear and see a lot of young people today running around, dress themselves in green and talking things about PMP and all of that. Doesn't even realize where they are coming from. A lot of them are high school and tertiary graduates. They don't know where they're coming from. Had it not been for the Michael Manley era, they would be leaving school up to this day at age 15. So we give thanks.
That's true.
And I am thanking you guys for the job that you're doing, because mainstream media are not doing it. I don't know what happened to them. They're not doing it. They're not educating the people. They're not giving the information. I remember when I was a boy growing up, the Gleaner was one of the most informative.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Non-partisan as much as it could be to give information to the Jamaican public.
Yes.
You had people like RJR and JBC and also what happened to these radio stations nowadays? Why they just keep the information hidden? I think it's because most of them today are owned by the PSOJ.
And persons who have political motives. You know that?
Because it is no longer RJR again. You know. It is RJR Communication Group. It's a whole barrage of stations owned by the same company.
Yes.
You know, so I am thanking you guys.
Yeah.
Arrow, you know, and Wayne Lawson.
Yeah.
You know, as you know, him is a man, him does tell the truth, him does hammer it.
Yeah, man.
But I want to big up Aromatic. I want to big up my brother because
You subscribe to him yet?
Yes, man.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, man. I listen to his I watch his blogs every day.
All right.
You know what I mean? And we but one of the thing, Mystic.
Yes.
I heard a commentary or some commentaries coming from Mouthpiece.
Mhm.
I am so surprised, you know. I am surprised to hear them come out and say some of the things that they said, even about the walkout of the government MPs during the budget speech
Yes.
by the leader of the opposition.
And
they came out and let Jamaica know that that's wrong.
that's wrong.
It's wrong.
Well, I tell you something.
That's
You know.
wrong.
They see the writing on the wall, and they know what's
Exactly.
coming. They see the writing on the wall, and they know what's coming.
Try to jump chip.
So, yeah. Well, all right, my brother. So big up yourself. Have a wonderful weekend.
Blessed
All
love
right.
family.
Yeah, man.
You guys don't make them. You know, you guys have to just because they right.
No, man, we will never ever give up the fight, my friend.
They probably shut you guys down. You know,
We will never ever give up the fight.
You are ramming them. You understand?
Yes.
To use the Prime Minister's word, you are ramming them, so they don't like it, and they're planning ways to shut you guys down. But you have to just stand firm.
All right. Blessings.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Listen, take care. I'll big up yourself, my brother. You're big and large.
All right. I mean, how are they going to cross it? How are they going to cross it when you have Mystic Sensation, when you have Aromatic, when you have Wayne Lonesome, when you have Rattigan? How are they going to cross it?
This is right.
When you have the Major, you understand, coming into the studio, how are they going to cross it? Them can't cross it. Them
This is
can't
right.
cross it. No, Aaron.
Yeah.
Because you have to run, and you know, I mean, you have spent more than a long time with us. We really appreciate it. But I just want to ask you, just remind the viewers something as it relates to the information that I was reading about, and to show you the love, the warmth, love that Michael Manley has for us.
Yes.
Now, during what I read, Aaron, if you notice what Seaga was confessing to, right? He was confessing. What he had confessed to is to say that during Michael Manley era, right?
Yes.
During that era, where the IMF, right, wanted to apply some austerity measures, right? Michael Manley stand up to them.
Yes, man.
Right? And Michael Manley is saying that he can't lay off 10,000 of his people.
No.
Michael
He
Manley was this. But
He did not.
Yes, Edward Seaga, right, who has been heartless, right, and damaging, he did not hesitate to lay off 30,000, while Michael Manley said no to 10,000. So I want people to pay attention to that, right?
Yeah, because you know what? He know who he was working with, you know.
Yes.
And if he did not do what they say,
yes,
probably those people would not just hurt the economy, but probably the man himself will fear him life.
Exactly. Exactly.
You understand? But it's just want to show you the two difference of a leader.
Yes.
Michael was willing to lose his life for the Jamaican people. He didn't care. Me nah bow.
No,
me nah crawl for my knee. Me a walk for my foot. Me not afraid of no guy. So it is showing you the difference of a leader. The man say, I will not give up 10,000. Me not give up one. Edward Seaga give up 30,000. Later. So it is showing you that he did not have the Jamaican people at heart. He did not love the Jamaican people. This was just personal gain.
And tell them, Arrow, that he is the one that closed down Jamal when Michael Manley, you understand, fight for Jamal and said people who didn't have the opportunity, they need, you understand, to at least have the basic education.
Just
Edward Seaga trumped that. Trumped that. And Anti-Wellness is now trumping our education system. What a point the Arrow. Yes, Carla, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Mystic Sensation.
Blessings, my brother.
What a show.
Thank you.
I was anticipating the debate between Major and George.
Well, we wouldn't do that next week. Even when next week come, we wouldn't finish.
But I wanted to hear George's point of view, because, I'm a socialist. I'm not going to hide from you about that. But I wanted to hear what George was saying.
Well, John is more for a third party. Wherever he's going with that, I wish him luck.
Yeah, I understand all of that. Great show, though. Great show. I listen to all. I subscribe to you. Great show.
Thank you very much.
I respect all of you socialists who come on the program. Wayne Lonesome.
Thank you.
Aromatic. All of you guys, I subscribe to you, man. I love
all
you.
Right.
Manly Heights, find this manly or this way,
Yes,
remember that. Okay.
Manly Heights, and we now hide it, Arrow.
We said that without apology.
Remember
this Michael Manley or this way, brother.
Yeah, we are not hiding it.
No, sir.
This me too.
All right. Thank you.
I grew up in the 70s, man. I left school 1970. So I know the contribution that Michael Manley has made to this country.
Exactly.
And it has a grief message to people with my age group who Michael Manley gave them the opportunity to go to university. And they turn around and vote Labour Party.
Can you imagine? I'm grateful, man. But, it's just a matter of time.
But that's a more slaves, man.
Exactly.
Have a good night.
Thank you and bless up. All right. Thank you. Well, Arrow, we are going to tune in to Wifey's program as it relates to Jeopardy, because I know that people are waiting for Jeopardy. So, Arrow, once again, I want to big up yourself. Thank you to pass through Mystic Sensation. And let me say it again, for people who don't subscribe to Arrow, please go over. You understand? Listen to Arrow, right? Like and share. You understand? Powerfully impacted over there. There is no joke, right? Please go over to Arrow, subscribe to Arrow. Please, I'm begging you. Right? Arrow, general, socialites, power to the people.
Art of love, man.
Art of love, my brother.
To the family, to the family, to the family.
All right.
All right. Peace out to the viewers and subscribers.
All right.
Have a wonderful weekend, Arrow.
Yes, same to you.
Okay. Honey, your program.
Okay.
I know I spent a long time, but it is what it is.
Welcome, Rowena. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, thank you so much, guys, for that wonderful and engaging discussion. Really appreciate everyone's input, and thank you guys so much for joining in. We know that you could have been elsewhere on a Friday night, but you chose to be with us, and as usual, we do not take that for granted. We appreciate each and every one, because we're on a mission and everybody's input is important at this point in time. We want everyone on board, everyone on deck, because our democracy is at risk. So we have to take control. All right. So, and in doing that, it's education, education, education. We have to educate so that people can make informed decision and bring about awareness. And that is what we're trying to do. Doesn't make any sense. You just hand somebody something and say, run with this. you have to tell them why you're giving it to them and what they need to do with it. Okay, so a lot of people have been saying that, oh, we're only talking and not giving solutions. We are here to educate. That's how you get well-thinking people, and that's how you're going to get solutions, right? It doesn't make sense somebody just come and hand you something and not tell you why you were handed it and where you need to go with it. Okay. All right. So again, thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate each and every one, and have a wonderful and blessed weekend for those who are going to be tuning out. So we are going to be going into Jeopardy, where we are going to be playing. Okay, where we're going to be playing for credit. So we are. So we are going to have questions where people are going to answer, and the question is going to be in the form. Oops, let me just, okay. Where we are going to, one sec, let me just close these out. Okay, so the questions are going to be in the form of a statement. You're going to answer in the form of a question. The person who answers the question correctly will choose the next category, and for how many points, and it will continue like that until the board is empty. Now, when you answer, you answer what is for a place or thing, and if it's the name of a person, then it is who is, and then the answer. All right, let me just bring up the template here. Right, so let me just share that. One sec, guys. It was not up. All right, let me get rid of that so you can see all the categories that are there for tonight. Okay, so Jacqueline said, get informed and educate. Hold on. Get informed and educated to enable constructive solutions. Every day is a learning day. There you go. All right. All right, to everyone who's just tuning in, thank you so much for joining in. All right, so tonight's categories are Bob Marley, Bible knowledge, logo, Caribbean mothers, and household items. So as Inner Circle, welcome, happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let's see who else is just coming. Okay, Dwayne has been here. Okay, so somebody threw out a category, and for how many points to start with, that's where we're gonna start. And then the person who answers the first question that goes up there is gonna choose the next category, and so forth and so on until the board is empty. All right, so I'm looking to see for the first category or for the first question. What is it? 10:26 their time. It's on my pen. We're calling. Caribbean mothers. Okay, so we're gonna start with Caribbean mothers for 100. What might your mother tell you before going into a store? And you're a child. What might your mother tell you before going into a store? What might your mother? What might your mother tell you before going into a store? All right, I see. Welcome, Peter. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. And remember, guys, when you're answering the question, you have to answer in the form of a question, what is, and then the answer, and if it's the name of a person, who is, and then the answer. All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is, don't touch anything. Remember, they always make sure them look you straight in the eye, look down. don't touch anything. Right, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Sonia for 100 points. So Sonia is on the board. Janet. Don, you also got portion of it right. And Rowena, but didn't put what is. All right, and that's how the answers came in. Okay, calligraphy also got don't touch anything. So Tanya, choose the next category and for how many points? Garfield, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Okay, Bible knowledge for 100. Okay. This is where the 10 commandments were given. Name where the 10 commandments were given. Welcome, welcome, David. Happy Friday. Yeah, the answers are still coming in. Let's see. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is Mount Sinai? Okay, so he got the 10 commandments and Mount Sinai. They're saying no, that it was more than 10, but the 10 most important ones were the ones highlighted. Right, so that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. David.
Okay.
So David running as usual and just jump up on the board.
How many points for David?
100. Okay, corrected the spelling. Okay, then Sonia, calligraphy. Okay, and Lisa, welcome, welcome. Okay. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. So Lisa, you can just put what is and then the answer, but if it's the name of a person, then it's who is. Okay, Rowena also came in with a correct response. And it's remember a long time I not go to church. But you grew up in a Sunday school, so still try to make your Sunday school teacher proud. You're welcome, Lisa. David is saying logo for 300. All right. Which company uses that logo? You can give the abbreviation for it. Which company uses that logo? Right, answers are still coming in. All right, I think, okay. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is NBC? So NBC uses that logo. And that is a news station, as well as they do movies as well. Welcome, oh, Victor has been here a while. All right, let me refresh and see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, no, chocolate. David. So first on the board is David with 300 points. Doreen, welcome, welcome. I think you're lagging a bit. And remember to put what is before the answer. Then Peter, Donmel.
And so the score as it is Sonia on 100 points. David, 100 points. David. Oh.
Hold on, man. 1 sec. Good night.
Yes, pleasant night. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Byron, to you and wife and Aaron and the crew, you know.
Yeah, man, blessings.
Yeah, you know, so me, you make a point when I go into somebody company page and say something. But you know, say not from that because the people are some real clown and baboon and fool and stupid. You know, no matter what people do to them still love them same way, you know.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, man. And then me mention something about, you see, that man, him ever play some blame game with the people. I know say him try to divide the people more than anything. You know, so enough of the time here, he might go back about the 70s and the 80s and this and 18 years in a power and all them kind of something. And at the same time, them not tell the people about the from 81, from 80 to 89 in a Seaga time, and them not tell about who's scoring time. Like I said, them not doing at all. It's like I'm trying to get them out of the picture. No, they can't come out of the picture because nothing them not for see anyway.
Exactly. Can't come out of the picture, my brother. And we on social media.
PNP party build Jamaica from that money, but we have some Mike come put in 100% effort. Come back to come up to PJ, come up right to Sister P and say the real general there, right? You know, we set the thing straight, you know what I mean?
100% correct, my brother.
Come on, you can do it, you know.
I mean.
See it, you know.
I mean.
You know the beauty I'm really admire about him after the either get up and walk out on him. The man don't stop here, the man come outside, come finish his speech.
Take it to the people.
All right.
The man stop the saying, you know, just left it and say that no, the man come finish his speech outside. Respect him for that. That is a true leader.
So you see what they put my thumbnail? What they put my thumbnail? Born to lead.
Yeah. But one thing I want to say to you still, you know, so enough for the time you don't play this blame game about 18 years in a port. 18 years in a port, PJ is better than right now.
Speak up, my brother.
Because remember PJ parties are the only man that take attack from private sector in Jamaica. Labour Party controlled by private sector. And they run them and control them.
Exactly.
And PJ not take a child from them. That's why I'm going to hold the boot price years. When PJ parties resign, you know, remember I said the president is 600 for 82 Jamaican people.
All right.
Sister B come left here 120 when she come up, but me say when PJ left the quarter island for supermarket, or the 1 quarter island, rum quarter, I have here 600 for when PJ left it at 60 Jamaican feet.
You know your history, my brother. You know your history at that too.
15 if you have on a floor and you resign. When PJ left out, I look around flat $15 for it. So if you have 100, I could buy some food and carry on.
Exactly.
You understand? When I talk about it, I buy liquor back to the beach, 2 on a flour, a marta, and I think I want liquor back to the cooking oil. It's smallest tobacco.
Yes.
At 740, that. Now the 18 years of PG, 100 like give me that at maybe 110 or 115.
Well, all right. I wish you should have called earlier still because me for my wife program.
Yes,
so
yeah, man.
bless yourself.
But you know, I listen still now. I give some people some chance. I say, people think that's some more mark I just, but next week, man, talk about it.
All right.
I'm not talking about your program, you know.
Thank you.
You know, stop watching things.
Yeah, man. All right, my brother, man. So bless him up. All right. Cool.
Yeah,
blessings.
Respect, you know?
All right, my brother.
All right.
Yeah, man. Go on.
Have a wonderful weekend. Okay. All right, guys. So let's see. Welcome to Patriot. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate the support.
Who the other person that won? Sonia 100, David 100.
So you put David 300 under David. Why are you writing it twice? That's why David said you're splitting him twice. Watch David, him have a name twice. All right, sorry. So NBC was the answer. And David answered correctly. So now he's asking for logo for 200. So let's see. All right, everybody run out. Name the company that uses that logo. And we need it and what it represents. Okay. All right, everybody. It's okay. All right, everybody run out. Freedom of the Instagram. I was wondering if you have multiple personality. Oh my goodness. Hush, Andrew. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So no delays. Let me just see if anybody joined in recently. Okay. All right. It is what is Shell gas station? Everybody just shorten it. So what is Shell? All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And so that is for 200 points. So let me refresh and see. Okay, so first on the board, Truck Life for 200, David, Freedom, Sonia, Peter, Donmel, Lisa, Editing, Rave. Okay, put the gas.
Truck Life for 200, right?
Yeah. David, Calligraphy, Rosalie, everybody run out with Shell. Lloyd, Frontline, Victor. Okay. Peter said no, says the answers appearing before the question is been played no more. Your internet lagging, Peter. All right, and Rosalie also came in with Shell. All right, so Truck Life is saying logo for 100. Don, your internet is lagging then. If you're seeing that your internet is a bit behind. All right, so logo for 100. Everybody run out. Name the company that uses this logo. Name the company that uses that logo. Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer. Sorry, that I'm looking for, and it is what is Pepsi. All right, so that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so it started there. Let me just refresh again. David. Oh, Peter came, but he didn't get to finish type. It was too quick. So David, 100 points.
David, 100 points, right?
Yes, then Truck Life, Freedom, Sonia, Donmel, Janet. Okay, Peter came back and finished that. Lisa, Editing, Frontline, Rave, Calligraphy. Yes, Truck Life in fully charged up tonight. Make sure you have enough gas in Delco.
And
Lloyd,
score as it is.
Rowena, sorry, Victor. All right, that's how the answers came in.
And score as it is. Sonia on 100 points. David, 500 points. And Truck Life, 200 points.
David, I try run a lot of furlongs before Ricardo turn up. Bible knowledge for 200.
Well, Ricardo not there.
Ricardo not there yet. Place where Jesus was baptized.
Soon as Ricardo show up, you know.
Place where Jesus was baptized. Everybody run out, make them Sunday school teacher proud.
Here you know.
Okay, I'm using their different device, and the fact is I can see the answer on the screen before the answer came out, so it's not a case of lagging behind. Well, I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain that one, Donmel. I don't know what is happening with your feed. But Hush, if that is it's the case, I don't know how to explain that one apart from Wi-Fi delay. I don't know.
Probably not asking how to the JP then. Nobody knows if we investigate things again.
But even during Mark Golden's speech, I thought they kept throwing in the chat about Finsac. All right. So I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me reveal the answer, and it is what is Jordan River, or River Jordan. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response, and that is for 200 points. So let me refresh my chat and see.
This for 200 points.
200 points. So David, River Jordan, then Truck Life, Don Mel, Editin, Lisa, Sonia, Rafe, Janet Jones, Rowena, Victor, Lloyd. Oh, Janet is saying her Wi-Fi is slow. Hush. Depka spelling is wrong. Hold on. Let me go back up because it have to be the correct spelling. Sorry, hold on. Stop overlook the spelling. Sorry, David, it's spelled it incorrectly. Sorry. So it's Truck Life for 200 points. Sorry, David. Thanks for pointing that out. I was looking over it so quickly I didn't even notice the spelling. Sorry, David. So Truck Life just snagged that. So Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points? Send Bob Marley for 100. Bob Marley was this old when he passed away. Bob Marley was this old when he passed away. How old was he? Welcome, Ricardo. Happy Friday.
Ricardo there. Ricky.
Oh, AKA Bagga.
AKA Bagga.
AKA, what is it? Cheesecake Oreo.
Ricardo, they know the place.
David, I try to make as much points before it can turn up. All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays, and it is what is 36. He was 36 years old. He was born in 1945 and died in 1981. So that's 36. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just go back up. Okay. Freedom. Yes.
What do you mean freedom? Freedom.
100 points for Freedom. Then Peter, Truck Life, Janet, Donmel, Hyacinth, Sonia, Calligraphy, Frontline, Rowena, didn't put what is. Then Rafe, Oral, welcome, happy Friday. I also got that correct, 36. Wayne Taylor, welcome, happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Victor also got 36. Freedom said lucky guess. Oh, hush, Ricardo. Hope you feel better soon. Make sure you take something for that headache and get some rest. Just a pass from have a headache. Hush. All right. So Freedom is saying Caribbean mothers for 200. When you have an attitude, who does your mother constantly remind you that she is not? When you have an attitude, who does your mother constantly remind you that she is not? You're welcome, Oral. All right, I am going to, okay, I see the answer that I'm looking for. All right, so remember, I am not one of your little friends.
Are you? That's when you look all dirty combo.
Who does your mother? So it have to have who to make it correct. So who does your mother constantly remind you that she's not? Who is one of your little friends? So that is for 200 points. So let's see who came in with the correct response. Let me see. Okay, so David put what is. All right, so the closest after David would be Truck Life, although I put it so graphic.
Truck Life, how much?
So that is for, hold on, 200 points.
For Truck Life, right?
Yes. All right, so Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points? Hush Frontline. Okay, saying Bob Marley for 200. Okay, bless up yourself, Atthew. Busy around the house. Bless up yourself. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you still being here. So Bob Marley for 200. The name of Bob Marley's backing band. What what's the name of Bob Marley's backing band? The name of the band. What Janet? What Chocolate say? So name the band that was backing Bob Marley. It's the name of the band. Okay. All right. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is What is the Wailers? So the name of the backing band was the Wailers, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So that one is to be answered with what is, because it's the name of the band. Okay, Sonia. For 200 points.
Signing up for 200 points?
Yeah. What is the Wailers? Then Peter, Truck Life, but typo there. Andrew, Lisa, Dunmel, spelling. Okay, Truck Life, Freedom, Janet. Everybody run out with that with the Wailers. All right. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points. You remember you have to put what is before the answer if it's a thing, and if it's a person, then it's who is. So Bob Marley for 300, so we're keeping it Bob. Don Taylor was who to Bob Marley?
Score as it is. Freedom 100 points. Sonia 300 points. Truck Life 600 points. David 700 points.
All right. So who was Don Taylor to Bob Marley? So Don Taylor was who to Bob Marley? Don Taylor was who to Bob Marley? Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. See, I keep saying who. So who is manager? So Don Taylor is manager, and that is for 300 points. Right, let's see who answered that correctly, and it has to have who to be correct. Remember, who is also in the question, and that's why I kept repeating with the who. Welcome, welcome, Daniel. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Bless up yourself, Daniel.
Daniel TV, comedy and entertainment. Peter. So first on the board with the correct response is Peter. Peter for 300 points.
Peter for 300 points.
Then calligraphy. Everybody has manager, but some people had what is instead of who is. All right, so that's the answer, the manager. So choose the next category and for how many points. You're noticing that truck life? Peter says Bob Marley for 400. Bob Marley received the United Nations Medal of Peace in this year. What year did Bob receive the United Nations Medal of Peace? So name the year.
Medal of Peace. She's about boots.
I tell you. This full time my name called too. Answer the question first and I call your name plentiful. What's your stuff? Come on, fine, go back. All right. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is 1978? So 1978, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Sonia. And that is for 400 points.
What?
I tell you. Then Andrew.
Sonia,
Freedom. David. One sec. Just the wrong key. Hush. Yes, Tanya beat you. All right.
So score as it is: Freedom on 100 points, Peter 300 points, Truck Life 600 points, David and Sonia tie 700 points.
It's a boy, the movie have Uno as Bob Historia. All right. Choose the next category and for how many points. So, Truck Life. Oh,
What Truck Life again?
It says, that's cheating.
Well, Ricardo know it would it.
Ricardo feels like him have a headache, so just a pass through for a second. Okay, Sonia is saying Bob for 500, so she's completing Bob. And this is a double your score answer. Bob Marley's band was the first reggae group to play at this famous Harlem theater in New York. Bob Marley's band was the first reggae group to play at this famous Harlem theater in New York. Name the theater. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is Apollo. So the Apollo Theater. All right, and this was in October 1979. They performed 7 shows in 4 days at the Apollo Theater. All right, so that is 500 points going to be added to the score, and then the overall score is going to be doubled. So let's see who picked up those points. Let me just refresh. Truck Life. So 500 points to Truck Life score, and then double the score.
Wow.
Then Janet, Calligraphy, Andrew, Sonia, okay, Lisa, Frontline, David, Danielle, Rafe,
Truck Life gonna
Rowena.
need food.
Truck Life said, wow, really? I took a wild guess. That was some guess.
And score as it is, Freedom on 100 points, Peter 300 points, Tanya and David 700 points each, with Truck Life way in the lead, 2,200 points.
All right.
Truck Life a run.
Let me make sure you got, because somebody is talking about the spelling there. I'm sure. Yeah, he spelled it correctly. All right, so Truck Life, choose the next category. Okay, say logo for 400. Okay. All right, everybody run out. Which company uses that logo? Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Let me just mark that one off. All right, so let's see the answer. What is MasterCard? So MasterCard uses that logo on their cards, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Andrew, yeah, easy, you know. But at the start of the show, we still no warm up yet.
Who's that?
Andrew. Oh my God. Okay, Ricardo is trying. So first on the board, the correct response is Ricardo for 400 points. Then Truck Life.
Ricardo for 400 points?
Yes, then Truck Life, Peter, Freedom, Dunmel, Calligraphy, David, Lloyd, Danielle,
400 points.
Frontline, Rafe. David said Truck Life come go up. Then Janet. All right. Hush for frontline. That's how it goes. You have to be very quick, and your internet have to be firing. It's everybody started out like that, but as I always say, the race is not for the swift, but for those who can endure to the end.
Exactly.
All right. So Ricardo is saying logo for 500. All right. Which company uses this logo? Everybody run out. Which company uses that logo? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delays, and it is, what is Walmart? So Walmart uses that this logo, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Let me just refresh. Truck Life, 500. Then Ricardo, but that's spelling, Freedom, Frontline, Janet, Lisa, Calligraphy, Rafe, Rowena, All right. Truck life, what you doing? You're throwing out all sort and open one will stick. All right, so Anity got it the first go. So truck life 500 points. So choose the next category. Oh, freedom. Choose the next. I just said truck. Creino. All right. Truck life said mother for 300. When you are upset, what does your mother have you check before speaking with her? When you are upset, what does your mother have you check before speaking with her? That is when discipline was a thing. Operative word did speak. When speaking with her. I'm giving you a clue. Speaking there is a clue. All right, so I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is your tone. So you need to check your tone when you're speaking with your mother when you're upset. You can't make your voice go too high, and you can't make it have a certain tone in it. That's been a problem. 300 points. Great. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first with the correct response, she got two options. I don't know, but Janet actually came in with it first, but what is tongue or tone? Then Lisa, David.
So that's Janet points?
Yeah.
Much for Janet?
300. Hold on. 300. Then Lisa. David.
300 points.
What's that, Daniel? The Daniel answer win. Okay, choose the next category. Oops, my shoulder. Janet, and for how many points?
So score as it is, Freedom 100 points, Janet and Peter 300 points, Ricardo 400 points, Sonny and David 700 points, Chuck Life 2,700 points.
Janet said, "Let me tell my son, man, yeah, me." Oh my goodness, yes, I need to watch them too. Oh, you can't see? Oh, I wonder why not. Are you seeing now? And just the competition stiff today. Beer tire go on, may I tell you? Are you seeing? No. Okay, hold on. Let me just check my internet. Make sure it didn't flip off the booster. No, it's still on there. Hush, David. Soon get there. Is it okay? So we have Bible knowledge left. Janet. Oh, our Wi-Fi is not working. So we have Bible knowledge left for we have from 300 to 500 points. Then we have Caribbean mothers from 400 to 500. And we have household items with all categories from 100 to 500 with all points from 100 to 500. Okay, Caribbean mothers for 500, she says. Okay, and this is a double point answer. So when you are rude and mother is upset, what promise might your mother make following her birthing you into this world? I'm sure all of we hear that one day. When you are rude and mother is upset, what promise might your mother make following her birthing you into this world? Everybody run out. Serious? Truck life. David says sleeper killing here, truck life. David, don't delay, go now. Oh my goodness. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is okay, so you can leave out because it said birth you into this world. I normally say, I brought you into this world, I can take you out of this world, or I can take you out of it. So I can take you out of it or out of this world. Right? So that's what they would say. And that is 1,000 points for the correct response for the person who got it correct. So I'm going to take, I can take you out if you have shortened it. Because the question already have bringing you into this world. Okay, so first with the correct response is Andrew. What is take you out of this world? So Andrew is finally on the board with 1,000 points, and he was talking about David to go to him bed, and I must give him David points. All right, so and truck life also take you back out. Peter, everybody basically has it except for those who were, oh my God, very extreme.
Yeah. So score as it is, Freedom on 100 points, Peter 300 points, Janet 300 points, Ricardo 400 points, Sonia and David 700 points, Andrew 1,000 points, and Short Life 2,700 points.
Andrew celebrate like crazy. Yeah. Okay, guys. So Monday is going to be Lloyd's birthday. So happy birthday when it comes, Lloyd. Wish you
big up yourself, Lloyd.
Many more birthdays
on your birthday.
And enjoy your Earth Strong on Monday. Bless up yourself. Right. So Lloyd is going to celebrate another milestone because living to see another birthday is really a great milestone.
Exactly. You know this time, yeah.
I tell you. Andrew is saying Caribbean mothers for 400, so he's finishing it off. After a whooping, which is after a beating, what does your mother want you to stop immediately or else? You're welcome, Lloyd. So everyone, once we're finished with this segment or this question, then you can wish Lloyd a happy birthday. After a beating, what does your mother want you to stop immediately or else? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. All right. So I just give the all of what they would say. What is stop crying before I give you something to cry for? All right, so stop crying. But the whole of it is what they would really say is stop crying before I give you something to cry for. And that is for 400. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. David, what is stop crying?
David?
Yep.
What points?
400. Then Sonia. So it is what is stop crying. Donmel also got it correct. Okay, so guys, just wish Lloyd a happy birthday. Lloyd is also got it, what is stop the crying. Okay. All right. I feel your freedom. I tell you, so true. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, so David chose the next category. Did he choose and I didn't see it? Let me. Okay, Bible knowledge for 300. Everybody avoid household items like the plague. The place where Jesus' sweat became as drops of blood. And guys, be careful with the spelling because it's a tricky word. It's the place where Jesus' sweat became as drops of blood. Name the place. Freedom, really? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays, and it is what is the Garden of Gethsemane. So the Garden of Gethsemane, and that is for 300 points. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Refresh. Ricardo. And that is for 300 points. Then Sonia, David, Daniel, but the spelling's a bit off. Then Rafe. And that's how the answers came in.
And so score as it is, Freedom on 100 points. Janet and Peter, 300 points. Sonia and Ricardo, 700 points. Andrew, 1,000 points. David, 1,100 points. And Truck Life, 2,700 points.
Boy, look busy tonight.
Board look busy tonight.
All right, choose the next category, and for how many points? We're down to 2 categories. Ricardo is keeping it in the Bible, 400. And this is another double point answer. The place where light shined from heaven on Paul. The place where light shined on heaven, from heaven, on Paul. Name the place. Well, I said I'm making a Sunday school teacher proud. I never just go to school for the sky juice and the cheese tricks. Oh my. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is the road to Damascus. If you have Damascus, that's fine. So road to Damascus, and that is for 400 points. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, and then he went back and put what is the road to Damascus. So you would have been correct either way with both answers. So 400, and that was a double point answer, so it's 800 points for Ricardo. So Damascus Road, Sonia, Andrew also came in with that. Sonia, Ricardo, oh, you came in. Oops, why am I doing that? Fingers getting nimble as I'm mixing with answer. Nimble fingers. All right. Oh, shucks. I accidentally hid. Ricardo, do me a favor. Just go in and get back Sonia for me, please. I accidentally hid her. Yeah, 800 points for you. I'll wait until you undo it, if you don't mind. It's an accident. And when that happened, my chat suddenly closed. Oh, thank you, Daniel. Really appreciate that. Sorry about that, Sonia, if you're back in already. My finger accidentally touched something. I tried to get out of it, and then the thing just closed and the chat closed. Oh, I thought you knew how to do it. Daniel did it. Are you back, Sonia? You need to learn your duties as a moderator in a record. You need to know how to navigate. Are you there, Sonia? I guess she's not logged in back yet. I'll check again if she's back. Okay, you're here. Thank God. I didn't want to continue without you. Sorry about that. My finger accidentally touched the screen, and then the chat went off, and then when I came back in, I realized that I accidentally hit you. Sorry about that. All right, Ricardo is saying Bible for 500. This is where Jesus walked on water. This is where Jesus walked on water, and that is for 500 points. This is where Jesus walked on water. This is where Jesus walked on water. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it's what is Sea of Galilee. And let's look at the spelling. All right, so Sea of Galilee, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points, and I have to try and control my fingers. Ricardo, 500 points. Rowena, calligraphy.
So the score, okay.
Oh, sorry, Daniel, the spelling, your spelling is off. You have to get the spelling correct. Hush. Sorry, go ahead with the score.
So the scores are as it is. Freedom on 100 points. Peter 300 points. Janet 300 points. Peter 300 points. Sonia 700 points. Freedom 1,000 points. David 1,100 points. And Chuck Life 2,700 points.
Hush, Daniel, you have to try and get it correct. Because persons are taking the time to type it correctly. So that's the we're doing that from now on, making sure the spelling is correct and stuff like that, because it's unfair when people just do something quickly and then others are there trying to get it correct. Wait, you said Freedom 1,000 points?
Freedom 100 points.
Okay, I'm just checking. Freedom was just checking. Andrew saying you didn't call his name?
Yeah, man. Andre, 1,000 points.
Not Andre, Andrew. Okay.
1,000 points for Andrew.
Andrew's about to start rubbing off.
No, Andrew, call your name, man.
Freedom is saying you said Freedom twice. Oh, he must have read your name twice. But
Twice.
It's not written
Okay.
twice. It's not written twice, though. All right. So the last category that everybody is avoiding, it's come down to it now. So how many points? How many points do you want to start with? Ricardo, say how much him there?
Ricardo, I'm 2,000.
2,000 points, Ricardo. 2,000, Ricardo. I'm hearing. All right, how many points do you want from, okay, 300. And this is household items, Jamaican household items from the past. This household item, though takes many hours, was commonly used to shine the floors. And this is back in the days.
Back in the day.
This household item, though takes many hours, was commonly used to shine the floor. Especially the females gonna run out. What kind? And a little bit of knee burning we get and black knee. But when we're done, the floor have to shine like a dollar piece. Mommy, if you can't see her face on the floor. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is coconut brush? What is coconut brush? And that is 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Yes, I am a product of the coconut brush era. Sonia, for 300 points. Oops, there's the O is missing from there. We have to do the spelling because Ricardo, sorry, Sonia, you messed out the other second O. So Ricardo, then Peter, frontline didn't put the coconut, Freedom, Lloyd, Donmel, calligraphy, Sonia, oh, she corrected the spelling, hush, Sonia. Lisa, yes, chocolate, the coconut brush and the red polish. Rowena, but they put what is, okay. And Rafe also coming, but did who instead. All right. Yeah, I realized that you missed the second O, Sonia. Hush. Yes, I'm watching the spelling, Ricardo. So I know you got the point because you had the correct spelling. You had all the letters for coconut. So Ricardo, 300 points. All right.
You got 300 points?
Yeah, so he wants now 400 points. So let's see what's under 400. This popular household item has traveled overseas and continents, cylindrical in shape and holds a variety of items. This popular household item has traveled overseas and continents, cylindrical in shape and holds a variety of items. Yes, it's a household item because a lot of things were stored in it in a corner and some things were put on top of it like a mini dresser. And you want going to take out something, you have to move everything on top. Oh my goodness. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, what is a barrel? Yes, a barrel. When you get one, it is multi-purpose when it's empty. All right, so that is for 400 points.
400 points.
All right, so let's see who. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is, one sec. Let me just make sure of the spelling. Nope. Peter.
Peter?
Yeah, so 400 points.
What?
Then, okay, Ricardo corrected it, but Peter edged him there. Then Danielle, Truck Life, Freedom, Frontline, Calligraphy, Lisa,
That's a Peter.
Janet, I tell you, Run Up, Lloyd, Wraith, Rowena, but didn't put what is. Danette, welcome, happy Friday. Yes, Wraith, may I tell you? And that's how the answers came in. So choose how many points. So Peter, choose how many points. Okay, 200. This Jamaican item is commonly used to hold hair and beauty products and folded clothes. So it holds hair and beauty products and you fold your clothes and it store it as well. So everybody run out on the one there. Clean clothes, when you fold the clean clothes and put them away, what you put them in. And you can also put on top of it hair products and beauty products. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is a dresser? Jamaican, that's a chest of drawers. It's a dresser. Right, so put it in a dresser, and that's for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with those 200 points. Ricardo, 200 points. Then Lisa, Janet, the R fell off. Frontline. Janet, she put the R back. Lloyd, Calligraphy, Peter, and that's all the answers came in. Reef and Rowena. All right.
All right. So the score as it is: Ricardo, 2,500 points. Peter, 700 points. Freedom, 100 points. Truck Life, 2,700 points. David, 1,100 points. Sonia, 700 points. Andrew, 1,000 points. And Janet, 300 points.
All right, so Ricardo won 500. Used for lighting, commonly had a shade marked home sweet home. Everybody from my era run out. Used for lighting, commonly had a shade marked home sweet home. And they block up the ceiling.
Oh my God.
You know.
Yeah, you go watch out. You come along with you.
May I tell you?
Yes. We have come a long way.
All right. I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, what is a lamp? And some people went as far as to put kerosene oil lamp. I tell you, kerosene oil. And that is for 500. I mean, used to go to school at kerosene lamp. We used to have to use and read.
Me too.
In time, they would not even have TV. You have to read book for entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So 500 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. And then tell the people never used to leave them careless and them knock over and burn up the house, and I just to rear. That happened. All right. Let's refresh and see again. I think I missed something there. Let me go back up. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. What is lamp? And Peter.
How much points that for Ricardo?
500.
Whoa.
They put the kerosene to say it's a kerosene lamp. Sonia,
just imagine the
Truck
final
Life.
two Ricardo lick Truck Life off of the
Really?
Yeah.
Daniel, Ricardo, you put the kerosene now with it. Janet,
Trust me,
Sonia,
unbelievable.
Lisa, Frontline, Rave, Calligraphy, Lloyd, Rowena, Andrew, Janet, Danet. Yes, your nose, back up in your nose. Janet, okay. And that's how the answers came in. Calligrapher said, I have one still. May I tell you, those belong in a museum.
Can't believe the
Oh.
What a hit. No, sir.
Ricardo said, big up to Advil liquid gel. So I run off of Advil because I'm having a headache. Oh, Ricardo, but you're performing well.
That's the whole minute.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy. All right, so just 100 points. So let's see what's under the 100. This popular household item was used to hold everything from the TV to the radio, figurines, and glasses. This popular household item was used to hold everything from the TV to the radio, figurines, and glasses. And you can still go in some people's house and find them now. All right, and that is for 100 points. And I see the answer that I am looking for. Oops. Let me just open that back. I pressed the wrong thing. So what is, what not? I've noticed the spelling, people. I make sure I get the correct spelling, because I don't want nobody shout at me in any tone of words. And says what not is a piece of furniture derived from the French etagere, which was exceedingly popular in England in the first 3 quarters of the 19th century. It usually consists of slender uprights or pillars supporting a series of shelves for holding china, ornaments, trifles, or whatnots, hence the elusive name. Just a bit of fun fact there, and that is for 100 points. So let's see.
Oh, the winner
Wait,
is.
may not give the people them 100 points yet.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so let's see who got that 100 points. Ricardo said the truck brought down. Easy enough. Okay. Nope. Okay, so Ricardo, no, that's not the spelling. So first on the board with the correct response is Donmel with the correct spelling. Donmel 100 points. Then Freedom, no, the K in there, but still got one.
Daniel with 100 points.
Yeah, Daniel got 100
Okay,
points.
so we're
Then
going to
calligraphy.
Okay, so there's a tie between Peter and Stania at 700 points to make fifth on the board. So you have to do one more.
Okay.
And only Peter and Sonia is going to answer. So for the rest of the persons on the team, please no answering. This is only between Peter and Sonia to make the board.
Oh,
they both tied on 700 points.
Yes, Freedom, the English language is truly confusing and weird. But I made sure that I checked the spelling. Okay, David wants is sent to 791 flow.
791 flow, David.
All right, let me just bring up. So this is between Andrew.
This is between
and Sonia.
Peter and Sonia.
Peter and Sonia.
Yeah, Peter on 700, Sonia on 700.
Okay, all right. So let me just grab a template. You know what? Let me get a template, not grab the template. We just choose one, and then they're just gonna choose one category. Let's choose this one. Kiss for champs. Okay, have a good night to as well, and a wonderful weekend, David. Thank you so much for tuning in. Good night, Freedom. Oh, good night. Freedom is saying good night to David because David's going. Oh, KFC. Lord Jesus, why missing? Jesus, why missing KFC? Let me share the screen and just choose one. Okay, stop one. All right, so let's see. All right, so these are the categories, and this is for the two persons. You're hungry. Okay. All right, so these are for the two persons who are tied. So these are the categories: Caribbean flags, mathematics, Caribbean capitals, Jamaica hurricanes, and profession. So good night, Lisa. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining in. Really appreciate the support. Thank you and have a wonderful weekend. All right, so choose a category. Peter or Sonia, and for how many points. The first one I see is what we're gonna go with, and the person who answers the question correctly will break the tie. Okay, capitals for 300, says Peter. What is the capital of San Juan? Capital of San Juan. Capital of San Juan. Oops. Sorry, San Juan is the capital of which country? I'm talking foolishness. Sorry. What is the capital? Which country is San Juan the capital of? Sorry about that. Oh my goodness. Which country is San Juan the capital of? Freedom is saying, do it over. It's the other way around. Yes, I just realized because I'm there looking at it. I'm like, what the hell did I just say? All right, so yes, San Juan is the capital, and so we want the country. All right, so let's do that again. Sorry, I made a mistake there. I don't know where my head went. All right, so choose again, and then the first one I see is the one we're gonna select. Okay. You want me to select, guys, or do you want me to select Peter, or do you want to, or Sonia, or do you want to select? Sorry about that, my bad. I don't know where my brain went to a while ago. Okay, Sonia saying just select. All right, sorry about that. All right, we're gonna go back to the capitals, and so Castries, name the country to which that capital belongs. So name the country. All right. All right, so they've answered. Let me refresh and see. Okay, so first is Sonia, St. Lucia. So St. Lucia, Sonia broke it.
Okay, good.
Sorry about that mishap.
So Sonia, Sonia broke that, right?
Yeah.
How much points? 800?
No, just
okay, so
just
she just
points. Yeah, just a break. So both answered correctly, but Sonia was first.
Okay. All right. So Sonia made the board. Wonderful performance by Sonia there. And you know, she had put into a spot where she has to prove herself again.
Okay,
but,
she said to put Dunmel beside her name. She said to give her credit to Dunmel.
Okay, Dunmel.
Thank you for that, Sonia. So Dunmel is thanking Sonia for
so that credit will
donating her credit.
Okay, so that credit will go to Dunmel. So Sonia 700 points there. Fourth place, Andrew 1,000 points. David 1,100 points, and Truck Life 2,700 points. Ricardo 3,000 points. Take the win tonight.
Okay, Freedom. That's a good suggestion. That's a good suggestion.
What
You're saying that should have rules for ties that I should select the category.
Okay, true. All right. Here we have it.
When you rob me, I take my ball and don't come.
How was that? Peter, what's up?
How should I rub him, man, Peter? Hush. I was just I had a senior moment there, and then I was like, what am I doing? Sorry about that. You know, sometimes your brain just go for a little walk.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, so congratulations to all the winners, and congratulations to all those who participated, because it's a game of speed and good Wi-Fi. So congratulations to everyone who was able to make the board and who was able to give answers, because it's not an easy game. All right. All right, so Sonia, you found the remedy. Okay, Ricardo, split it between your two numbers, 03 and 538. Okay. 303 and 538. Okay. 538 is the excuse me, sorry. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, Andrea, thank you so much, and have a wonderful and restful weekend. I think Baronet, so Ricardo, then Truck Life, David, Andrew, and Sonia. So again, thank you guys. Really appreciate each and every one. Know it's late for you guys now. So we're gonna end the program, and thank you again so much for tuning in. We really appreciate each and everyone's support, and also all the endorsements that we've gotten. And thank you also to all the new subscribers. Really appreciate you guys coming on board and joining us on this journey for a better future and a better Jamaica for the next generations to come. So really appreciate each and every one. Again, we know you could have been elsewhere on a Friday night and you chose to be with us, so we do not take that for granted. So until next week, I am going to say stay blessed. We love you all, and safe travel on the gravel. Until next week, we should be coming again live this Tuesday. So look out for the thumbnail, for the notification, sorry. I will be sending out a notification regarding the time. We have to figure out how that is going to look, because Baron has work that day. I am supposed to be off, but sometimes the way in which my work goes, I end up at work on my day off. So we'll see what time the timeline look like for Tuesday, and I will send out notification. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and the colonizers are hard at work to keep us down. Yes. Okay, well, Don is saying thanks for another wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Don.
Okay. Carlos, a bad man.
I want Ricardo Badman in Stop Chuck Live tonight. Want take the number one spot.
Take Advil. Come knock off Chuck Live.
Now you Badman and knock off Chuck Live tonight. Wonderful performance.
Champs tomorrow, my side. Okay, guys. Again, have a wonderful and blessed weekend, and have a wonderful and productive week.
There's a champs going on.
You see, as you see, and sent you outside. It was an accident. All right, thank you guys so much, and have a wonderful and blessed week, and another wonderful and productive week. And until Tuesday, safe travel on the gravel. Take care. Love you all. Bye.
Blessings. Wonderful, wonderful.